Welcome to History Dreamers, where fascinating tales from our past unfold at a pace designed to help you relax and drift into sleep. Please like this video and subscribe for more soothing historical content. Let us know where you're watching from and what time it is in your part of the world. Tonight, we'll journey through 10 captivating historical narratives, blending fact and gentle storytelling to accompany you into peaceful slumber. The Byzantine Twilight. As the 14th century dawned over the shimmering waters of the Bosphorus, Constantinople stood as a city of paradoxes. The capital of the Byzantine Empire, once the undisputed jewel of Christendom, continued to dazzle visitors with its architectural splendor and religious devotion. Yet beneath this gleaming facade lay the unmistakable signs of an empire in twilight. The great domes of Hagia Sophia still caught the morning light, transforming the interior into a heavenly realm of gold and silver. But the empire that sustained this magnificence had contracted to a mere shadow of its former glory. The Byzantine Empire of 1300 was far removed from the vast dominion that had once stretched from Spain to Mesopotamia. Now it comprised little more than the city itself, portions of Thrace, and scattered territories in Greece and Anatolia. The population of Constantinople, which had once approached 1 million souls during the reign of Justinian, had dwindled to perhaps 60,000 inhabitants, many districts within the massive Theodosian walls standing empty or returned to agricultural use, creating the strange spectacle of a city that contained farmland within its urban boundaries. The streets of Constantinople still echoed with the footsteps of merchants from distant lands, Venetians and Genoese with their trading posts along the Golden Horn, Arabs bringing spices from eastern markets, Rus traders carrying amber and furs from the north. The Byzantine economy, though diminished, remained sophisticated, with its gold hyperpyron still a respected currency, its imperial workshops still producing the finest silks, and its merchants still engaged in commerce throughout the Mediterranean and Black Sea regions. Court life continued with elaborate ceremony. The emperor, regarded as God's viceroy on earth, moved through carefully choreographed rituals that had been codified centuries before. Imperial processions wound through the streets on feast days, with the basileus adorned in his purple regalia, surrounded by courtiers in strict hierarchical order. The great organs of the hippodrome sounded on ceremonial occasions, though the massive structure now hosted ceremonies far less frequently than in earlier centuries when the blues and greens had cheered their charioteers. The cultural achievements of Byzantine civilization continued to flourish even as political power waned. Scholars pored over ancient manuscripts in the imperial library, preserving the writings of Plato, Aristotle, and Homer that would later help fuel the Italian Renaissance. Theologians engaged in subtle disputations about the nature of the divine, while artists perfected the demanding techniques of icon painting, creating images of profound spiritual power with gold leaf and tempera. Monks in secluded monasteries continued the patient work of manuscript illumination, their brushes tracing lines of breathtaking delicacy. Yet for all this cultural vitality, the empire faced existential challenges. Financial strain had become chronic. The once formidable Byzantine navy, which had protected Mediterranean shipping lanes for centuries, had diminished to a nominal force. The army increasingly relied on mercenaries rather than the theme system that had once provided native military strength. The Byzantine diplomatic corps, long renowned for its subtlety, found itself with fewer resources to implement its strategies of dividing potential enemies and securing advantageous alliances. The Palaeologian dynasty, which had reclaimed Constantinople from the Latin Empire in 1261, struggled to address these structural weaknesses while simultaneously confronting external threats that grew more menacing with each passing decade. The Byzantine political class engaged in debates about how best to preserve their civilization, whether to seek accommodation with the Latin West, despite the bitter memories of the Fourth Crusade, or to maintain the Orthodox identity that defined Byzantine civilization against Western Catholicism. Social tensions within the empire complicated these deliberations. The aristocracy had gradually accumulated vast estates at the expense of small landholders, weakening the tax base upon which imperial finances depended. The Italian merchant communities, granted special privileges by emperors desperate for commercial revenue, operated in economic enclaves that increasingly dominated Byzantine trade. These communities lived according to their own laws, creating cities within the city, their distinctive architecture rising alongside Byzantine structures. Daily life for ordinary Constantinopolitans continued amid these larger concerns. The rhythm of Orthodox observance structured their days and seasons, morning and evening prayers, Wednesday and Friday fasts, the great feasts of the liturgical calendar. Markets bustled in the morning hours with vendors selling fresh bread, vegetables from farms within the walls, fish from the strait, and imported luxuries for those who could afford them. Children played in narrow streets while their mothers wove or spun, and their fathers practiced trades passed down through generations. The sensory experience of Constantinople remained intoxicating, the scent of incense wafting from countless churches, mingling with the aroma of spices from market stalls and the salt air from the sea. The sound of church bells marked the hours, while the calls of street vendors, the clatter of carts on stone pavements, and the multilingual conversations of a diverse population created an urban symphony. The visual feast of mosaics, frescoes, and icons provided spiritual illumination for the faithful, while the engineering marvels of the city's water systems and fortifications testified to Byzantine technical accomplishment. Beyond the impressive walls of Constantinople, the 14th century brought escalating challenges. In Anatolia, the rise of the Ottoman Turks presented a new and dynamic threat. What had begun as one of several Turkish beyliks in the wake of the Seljuk collapse was transforming into a disciplined state with expansionist ambitions. Under leaders like Osman and Orhan, Ottoman forces steadily advanced through Byzantine territories in Asia Minor, employing effective military tactics and pragmatic governance that often won the acquiescence of local populations. The Byzantine response to Ottoman expansion was hampered by internal divisions and resource limitations. Civil wars erupted repeatedly, with aristocratic factions competing for imperial authority. The conflict between John VI Kantakouzenos and John V Palaiologos in the mid-14th century exemplified this self-destructive pattern, with both sides willing to ally with external powers, including the Ottomans themselves, to gain advantage. Such conflicts drained the treasury, depopulated the countryside, and undermined the empire's defensive capabilities at precisely the moment when unified resistance was most needed. The Black Death struck Constantinople in 1347, as it did most of Europe and the Mediterranean world, further diminishing population and economic activity. Contemporary accounts describe neighborhoods emptied of inhabitants, trading activities suspended, and imperial officials struggling to maintain basic services. The demographic impact compounded the empire's military vulnerability, reducing the manpower available for defense and the tax revenue needed to support what forces remained. The pandemic seemed to many Byzantines a divine judgment upon a sinful empire. Intellectual life responded to these mounting pressures with both traditional and innovative approaches. The Hesychast controversy engaged Byzantine theologians in profound debates about mystical experience and divine energies. Figures like Gregory Palamas articulated spiritual practices aimed at direct experience of divine light, while their opponents championed more rationalist theological approaches influenced by Western scholasticism. This theological dispute reflected deeper tensions about Byzantine identity and its relationship to an increasingly influential West. By the late 14th century, Ottoman forces had crossed into Europe, establishing a presence in Thrace and gradually encircling Constantinople. The Byzantine policy of playing rival powers against each other, Ottomans against Serbs, Venetians against Genoese, Mongols against Turks, became increasingly difficult to sustain as Ottoman strength grew more overwhelming. Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos traveled as far as England and France seeking Western assistance, but returned with little more than promises and token support. The city's physical appearance reflected its diminished circumstances. Though the great monuments remained impressive, many showed signs of disrepair that the imperial treasury could not address. Sections of the walls required constant attention against structural deterioration, while churches and palaces that had suffered damage from earthquakes or civil conflicts often remained unrestored. Yet, even in this period of constraint, occasional artistic masterpieces emerged, like the exceptional mosaics and frescoes in the Cora Church, restored and redecorated by Theodore Metachites in the early 14th century. As the century turned, the respite provided by Timur's defeat of the Ottomans at Ankara in 1402 offered a brief window of hope. The Byzantine diplomats skillfully exploited the temporary Ottoman disarray, recovering some territories and securing more favorable terms in their relations with Ottoman leaders. But this reprieve proved temporary. Under Murad II and his son Mehmed II, Ottoman power reconsolidated with remarkable speed, and their gaze turned increasingly toward the imperial city that represented both a strategic prize and a symbolic capstone to their ambitions. The final half-century of Byzantine history unfolded against this backdrop of encroaching Ottoman power and diminishing options. Emperor Constantine Aulefinth, the last to wear the Byzantine crown, inherited a state reduced to Constantinople itself, portions of the Peloponnese, and a few scattered islands. The once mighty empire that had preserved classical learning developed a sophisticated theological tradition and created artistic masterpieces of enduring beauty, found itself fighting for mere survival, its citizens watching as Ottoman territories grew to surround their beleaguered capital. In these final decades, the cultural and spiritual life of Byzantium achieved a poignant intensity. Scholars like Gemistos Platon, Cardinal Bessarion, and George Scholarios engaged in philosophical and theological work that would later influence the Renaissance. Manuscripts were copied and preserved, sometimes making their way westward with departing scholars. The great traditions of Byzantine civilization, its law codes, its artistic conventions, its ceremonial practices, its theological insights, were maintained with a consciousness that they might soon face existential threat. The twilight of Byzantium cast long shadows across the mental landscape of its people. Some saw in their empire's decline the approaching end of the world, interpreting their circumstances through apocalyptic frameworks. Others placed their hopes in Western assistance, accepting the union of churches declared at Florence in 1439, despite deep popular resistance to submission to Rome. Still, others maintained the conviction that divine providence would yet preserve the empire that had stood as Christendom's eastern bulwark for more than a millennium, withstanding countless sieges and invasions. The final siege. The year is 1453, and the ancient city of Constantinople stands at the precipice of destiny. For over a millennium, these legendary walls have protected the last vestiges of the Roman Empire, now known to historians as Byzantium. The sprawling metropolis, with its magnificent domes and spires silhouetted against the azure waters of the Bosphorus, has weathered countless sieges and assaults throughout its storied history. But now, in the warming days of early spring, a shadow unlike any before looms on the horizon. Sultan Mehmed II, young and ambitious, has set his sights on the prize that has eluded his Ottoman predecessors. The Ottoman encampment stretches across the rolling hills surrounding the city, a vast sea of tents housing an army estimated at over 80,000 men. Mehmed, only 21 years old, but already called the Conqueror in anticipation of his victory, moves purposefully among his generals. His face, framed by a carefully trimmed beard, betrays little emotion as he contemplates the walls before him. These ancient fortifications, the mighty Theodosian walls, have repelled attackers for centuries, a triple layer of stone and determination, standing between 60 and 70 feet tall, punctuated by 192 towers that rise even higher into the spring sky. Within those formidable walls, Emperor Constantine Theophakont Palaiologos prepares for what he must suspect will be the final defense of his ancestral city. The last emperor of Byzantium bears a name that echoes the city's founder, Constantine the Great, a symmetry of history not lost on the man who may preside over its fall. At 49, Constantine is a seasoned warrior and diplomat, his face lined with the cares of ruling a diminished empire. In truth, his domain has shrunk to little more than the city itself and portions of the Peloponnese, a shadow of Byzantine glory that once stretched across 3 continents. The disparity in numbers tells a stark tale. The emperor can muster perhaps 7,000 defenders, including a contingent of Genoese led by the exceptional Giovanni Giustiniani Longo. The population of Constantinople itself has dwindled over centuries of decline. Where once 1 million people bustled through its streets and marketplaces, now fewer than 50,000 remain. The vast spaces within the walls, dotted with gardens, monasteries, and ruins, reminders of faded grandeur. The great cathedral of Hagia Sophia still dominates the skyline, its immense dome seeming to float above the city like a silent guardian. What makes this siege different from all previous attempts lies partly in the weapons Mehmed has brought to bear. In the Ottoman camp, massive cannons, the largest the world has yet seen, point their ominous barrels toward the ancient walls. The most fearsome of these behemoths was designed by Urban, a Hungarian engineer who had first offered his services to Constantine but, finding the emperor's coffers empty, turned to the Sultan instead. Urban's creation, a monster of bronze over 27 feet long, can hurl stone balls weighing up to 1,200 pounds more than a mile. Its very transport to Constantinople required 60 oxen and 200 men. The early days of April pass with increasing tension. Mehmed completes his encirclement of the city, extending his control from the land walls in the west to both shores of the Bosphorus. Ottoman ships dominate the Sea of Marmara to the south. The Sultan's engineers work tirelessly, digging trenches and preparing positions for the great cannon. On April 6th, the bombardment begins. The sound is unlike anything heard before in warfare, a deafening roar that reverberates across the waters and echoes through the ancient streets. The walls that have stood for 1,000 years begin to shudder under impacts never envisioned by their builders. Constantine organizes his limited forces with strategic precision. The weakest point in the defenses, the land walls to the west, receives the heaviest concentration of defenders. Barricades rise behind sections damaged by the relentless bombardment. Women and children form chains to carry stones and materials for repairs. Monks and priests move among the defenders, offering prayers and encouragement. The emperor himself is everywhere, inspecting defenses, rallying spirits, his purple imperial robes dusty and worn as he shares the hardships of his people rather than remaining in the safety of his palace. By mid-April, the pattern of the siege emerges. During daylight hours, the Ottoman cannons thunder, sending massive projectiles crashing against the walls. Stone fragments fly like deadly hail. Clouds of dust rise from each impact. Each night, under cover of darkness, the defenders emerge to repair what damage they can, filling breaches with whatever materials they can gather: wood, stones, even barrels filled with earth. The people of Constantinople know what awaits them should the city fall. The Ottoman practice of allowing troops to plunder captured cities for 3 days is well known throughout the Mediterranean world. In the Ottoman camp, Mehmed grows impatient. Despite the unprecedented firepower at his disposal, the walls, though damaged, continue to stand. The defenders, though weary, continue to fight. The Sultan's engineers propose a new approach. They begin constructing a pontoon bridge across the Golden Horn, the inlet that protects the city's northern flank. More dramatically, they undertake an engineering feat that will astonish contemporaries and historians alike: the overland transport of ships from the Bosphorus to the Golden Horn, bypassing the massive chain the Byzantines had stretched across the harbor's mouth. On the night of April 22nd, the citizens of Constantinople witness an almost surreal sight. By torchlight, Ottoman soldiers haul more than 70 ships across a specially constructed wooden track over the hills of Galata and down into the waters of the Golden Horn. The ships glide on greased logs, their hulls supported by rollers, their passage accompanied by music and chants of the soldiers. By morning, Ottoman vessels float in waters the defenders had thought secure. Constantine now faces the prospect of attacks from 3 sides: west, north, and east, stretching his limited forces even thinner along the miles of walls. As April turns to May, conditions within the city deteriorate. Food grows scarce. The constant bombardment takes a psychological toll. Minor disputes between the Genoese, Venetian, and Greek defenders flare into arguments. Yet in this darkest hour, Constantine manages to maintain unity of purpose. In a moving ceremony at Hagia Sophia, Orthodox Greeks and Catholic Italians pray together for deliverance, temporarily setting aside the religious schism that has divided them for centuries. The emperor addresses his commanders with dignity and resolve, reminding them of their duty to Christianity and civilization itself. Mehmed, meanwhile, calls a council of war. Some of his advisors urge caution, pointing to previous failed sieges and the approaching summer when disease might spread through the Ottoman camp. Others, particularly the Janissaries, the elite infantry corps of the Ottoman military, press for a final, all-out assault. These soldiers, many born Christian but taken as children and raised to serve the Sultan, are among the most disciplined fighting forces in the world. Their loyalty is absolute, their training rigorous, their courage beyond question. Mehmed decides the final assault will come with the next new moon, when darkness will provide additional cover. Strange portents now appear, feeding the anxiety of the defenders. A lunar eclipse on May 22nd is interpreted as an ill omen. More disturbingly, during a religious procession, an icon of the Virgin Mary, protectress of the city, slips from its holders and falls to the ground. When the procession continues, an unexpected storm drenches the participants, causing many to whisper that even the heavens have abandoned Constantinople. That night, a strange fog fills the city, an unusual phenomenon in late May. Through the mist, many claim to see an unearthly glow hovering around the dome of Hagia Sophia, interpreted by some as the Holy Spirit departing. On May 28th, an unusual silence falls as the Ottoman bombardment ceases. In this quiet moment, Mehmed sends one final offer to Constantine: surrender the city and live, with all inhabitants free to leave with their possessions. The emperor, after consulting with his advisors, delivers his answer. While he would be willing to pay tribute, he cannot surrender the city. His words, recorded by chroniclers, resonate with tragic nobility. The thought of surrendering the city never entered my mind. I'm resolved to die here with you. The Sultan receives this message with a nod, perhaps with respect for his adversary, and orders preparations for the final assault. Throughout the day, unusual activity can be observed in the Ottoman camp. Thousands of torches and lanterns are prepared. The troops engage in ritual ablutions and prayers. Imams move among the soldiers, reminding them of the rewards that await martyrs in paradise. Mehmed himself addresses his men, promising them the legendary wealth of Constantinople and the honor of being the first Muslims to conquer the city that has defied them for centuries. As sunset approaches, a strange calm settles over both sides, the quiet before the storm that will decide the fate of centuries. The night of May 28th, 29 is clear, with a sliver of moon providing minimal illumination. At around 1:30 in the morning, the Ottoman assault begins. The initial wave consists not of the Janissaries, but of irregular troops, Bashi bazouks and Anatolian recruits sent forward in the darkness to exhaust the defenders' energy and ammunition. They pour toward the walls like a human tide, carrying ladders and grappling hooks, their cries echoing across the darkened landscape. The defenders meet them with arrows, spears, stones, and Greek fire, an incendiary liquid weapon that continues to burn even on water. For 2 hours, the initial assault continues, bodies piling at the base of the walls. When these first attackers falter, a second wave, the Sultan's provincial troops, advances with fresh energy. The defensive fire grows weaker as supplies diminish. At crucial points along the wall, particularly near the gate of St. Romanus, where previous bombardment has created significant damage, the fighting intensifies. Giovanni Giustiniani, commanding this critical section, receives a wound that pierces his armor. Despite Constantine's pleas, the Genoese commander is carried to a ship for treatment, his departure spreading confusion among his men. Near dawn, Mehmed commits his elite forces, the Janissaries. They advance in disciplined silence, their white turbans visible in the growing light. Simultaneously, attacks intensify along the sea walls and at various gates. The defenders, exhausted by hours of continuous fighting, struggle to meet these fresh assaults. Then, disaster strikes. A small postern gate, the Kerkoporta, left partly open during a sortie, is discovered by a group of Ottoman soldiers, who quickly raise their flag and pour through the opening. Nearby defenders, seeing Ottoman banners appearing behind them, begin to falter. The final moments come swiftly. Constantine, receiving reports of breaches in multiple locations, realizes the end has come. Removing his imperial regalia so he might not be recognized, he leads a final desperate charge against the invaders streaming through the gaps in his ancestral walls. He is last seen near the gate of St. Romanus, sword in hand, disappearing into the chaos of battle. His body will never be positively identified, though Mehmed will later give a body thought to be the emperor's in honorable burial. By sunrise, Ottoman troops have broken through at multiple points, and the ancient defenses that have protected the city for a millennium finally fail. What follows is the inevitable tragedy of medieval warfare. For 3 days, Constantinople endures the sack that Mehmed had promised his troops. The great cathedral of Hagia Sophia, where terrified citizens have gathered seeking divine protection, becomes the scene of slaughter and violation, before the Sultan himself enters around midday and orders an end to the bloodshed, claiming the building for Islam. Crosses are removed, icons destroyed, and soon the call to prayer will sound from hastily constructed minarets. After 1,000 years as Christendom's greatest church, Hagia Sophia begins its new existence as an imperial mosque. Mehmed rides through the conquered city on the afternoon of May 29th, at once awed and saddened by what he sees. Reaching the abandoned imperial palace, he reportedly quotes a line of Persian poetry. The spider weaves the curtains in the palace of the Caesars. The owl calls the watches in the towers of Afrasiab. Even in triumph, the young sultan recognizes the gravity of the moment, the final fall of the Roman Empire that had shaped the Western world for nearly 100 years. Constantinople will now become Istanbul, the capital of a rising Ottoman Empire that will dominate the eastern Mediterranean for centuries to come. News of Constantinople's fall spreads across Europe like a shock wave. Pope Nicholas V calls for a crusade that never materializes. The Renaissance humanists of Italy mourn the loss of the great libraries and the flight of Greek scholars, though this diaspora will ironically help fuel the intellectual rebirth already underway in the West. In Russia, Orthodox monks developed the doctrine of Moscow as the Third Rome, claiming the mantle of Byzantium. The fall of the city sends ripples through history that continue to shape our world, from religious configurations to geopolitical boundaries in the Middle East and Balkans. For Mehmed II, now truly the conqueror, the capture of Constantinople represents both an end and a beginning. He sets about rebuilding and repopulating the city, inviting former residents to return and encouraging settlement from across his domains. The cosmopolitan character of Byzantine Constantinople continues in Ottoman Istanbul. The Sultan himself, a man of considerable intellectual curiosity, becomes a patron of arts and scholarship from multiple traditions. The fall ushers in not destruction, but transformation. Byzantine churches become mosques, palaces are rebuilt, and new architectural wonders like the Grand Bazaar and Topkapi Palace gradually rise. As darkness settles over the new Ottoman capital on the evening of May 31st, 1453, the 1,000-year Byzantine flame has been extinguished. Yet something of its light continues, in scholarship preserved, in artistic traditions adapted, in diplomatic practices adopted by the conquerors. The story of Constantinople's fall is not merely one of conquest, but of cultural transfer and transformation. As you drift toward sleep, imagine the last evening of that ancient empire, the sun setting on the domed silhouette of a city that straddled continents and millennia, its legacy flowing like the waters of the Bosphorus into the broader stream of human history. The life and mysteries of William Shakespeare, The Stratford Beginnings. In the small market town of Stratford-upon-Avon, nestled along the gentle banks of the River Avon in Warwickshire, England, the early spring of 1564 welcomed the birth of a child who would eventually transform the landscape of English literature forever. William Shakespeare entered the world during the early years of Queen Elizabeth's reign, when England was experiencing a cultural renaissance, a flowering of arts and literature that would provide fertile ground for his genius to take root and flourish. The precise date of Shakespeare's birth remains uncertain, though records indicate his baptism occurred on April 26, 1564, suggesting he was likely born a few days earlier. By tradition, his birthday is celebrated on April 23rd, coincidentally the same date on which he would die 52 years later. He was born to John Shakespeare, a glover and local alderman with aspirations toward gentlemanly status, and Mary Arden, the daughter of a prosperous landowning farmer from the nearby village of Wilmcote. The Shakespeare family home on Henley Street stood as a testament to their respectable, though not aristocratic, social position. John Shakespeare had gradually worked his way into local prominence, serving in various civic positions, including bailiff, equivalent to mayor, of Stratford in 1568. The modest timber-framed house, with its low ceilings and uneven floors, would have been filled with the noise and activity of a growing family, as William was the third of 8 children, though only 5 would survive into adulthood. Young William Stratford was a bustling market town of approximately 2,000 inhabitants. The rhythm of life followed the agricultural seasons and religious calendar. Market days brought farmers and merchants from surrounding villages. The annual fairs attracted traveling performers, actors, musicians, and puppeteers, who likely provided young William his first exposure to theatrical storytelling. These performances, often staged in inn yards or the town square, planted seeds that would later germinate into theatrical mastery. Tudor England stood at a crossroads between medieval traditions and Renaissance innovations. The Protestant Reformation had transformed religious practices within living memory. The dissolution of the monasteries under Henry VIII had reshuffled land ownership patterns and created new social opportunities. Elizabeth's skillful navigation of religious tensions had created a period of relative stability, though Catholics and Protestant factions continued their uneasy coexistence beneath the surface of daily life. For the common people of Stratford, life centered around practical concerns: the health of livestock, the yield of crops, the price of goods, and the maintenance of social standing. Disease remained a constant threat, with outbreaks of plague periodically sweeping through towns and villages. Infant mortality was high, explaining in part why the Shakespeare family lost several children. These early experiences with death and the fragility of life would later inform Shakespeare's unflinching portrayal of human mortality in his greatest tragedies. William's education likely began at the King's New School in Stratford, where he would have received a rigorous classical education focused on Latin literature. The school day typically stretched from dawn until dusk, 6 days a week. Students memorized Latin grammar, studied classical authors, including Ovid, Virgil, and Cicero, and practiced rhetorical techniques through disputation. This immersion in classical literature provided Shakespeare with the mythological references and rhetorical structures that would later distinguish his writing. The schoolmasters were typically university-educated men who instilled in their pupils an appreciation for language and classical learning. Young scholars learned not merely to translate Latin texts, but to appreciate their literary qualities and moral messages. They practiced composing Latin verses and dialogues, exercises that developed the linguistic dexterity Shakespeare would later demonstrate in his plays. Though lacking university education himself, Shakespeare acquired through this grammar school training a foundation in classical literature that informed his entire literary output. Beyond formal schooling, Shakespeare's education extended to the practical world around him. Stratford's location near the Forest of Arden provided exposure to rural traditions, folklore, and the natural world that would later populate his comedies. The town's position on trade routes connected it to wider currents of news and ideas. As the son of a Glover and town official, young William likely observed his father's business transactions and council meetings, gaining insight into commerce and local politics that would inform his understanding of social hierarchies. Elizabethan England vibrated with cultural energy. The Queen herself was a patron of the arts and learning. The circulation of printed books had increased dramatically since the previous century. Literacy rates were rising, particularly among the merchant classes. This was an age that valued eloquence, wordplay, and rhetorical skill, qualities that Shakespeare would elevate to unprecedented heights in his mature work. Even in provincial Stratford, cultural currents from London eventually made their way into local consciousness. At around the age of 18, Shakespeare's life took a significant turn with his marriage to Anne Hathaway in November 1582. Anne, 8 years his senior at 26, was already pregnant with their first child at the time of their wedding. The marriage license was issued with unusual haste, and the couple received special permission to marry after only one reading of the banns rather than the customary 3, suggesting the pregnancy had accelerated their wedding plans. Anne came from the nearby hamlet of Shottery, where her family's substantial farmhouse still stands today. The daughter of a yeoman farmer, she brought practical household management skills to the marriage. Their first child, Susanna, was baptized in May 1583, just 6 months after the wedding. The twins Hamnet and Judith followed in February 1585. The young family likely lived with Shakespeare's parents in the Henley Street house, as was common practice for newly married couples in that era. What followed these early family developments constitutes one of the great mysteries of literary history. The period between the birth of Shakespeare's twins in 1585 and his emergence on the London theatre scene around 1592 represents a biographical blank space that scholars have termed the lost years. Documentation from this period is virtually non-existent, leaving a tantalizing gap in our understanding of Shakespeare's personal and professional development during these formative years. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain Shakespeare's activities during this mysterious interval. Some suggest he worked as a schoolmaster in Lancashire. Others propose he joined a traveling company of actors that periodically toured through the provinces. A particularly colorful theory suggests he fled Stratford after poaching deer on the estate of Sir Thomas Lucy, a local landowner. Still others speculate he may have traveled abroad, possibly to Italy, explaining the detailed knowledge of Italian settings displayed in plays like Romeo and Juliet and The Merchant of Venice. Whatever occupied these crucial developmental years, Shakespeare was absorbing experiences and observations that would later inform his dramatic works. The England he inhabited during this period was experiencing significant transitions. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 had secured England's position as a rising power. Trade was expanding, bringing exotic goods and stories from distant lands. Social mobility was increasing, though the fundamental structures of the feudal system remained intact. Life in Elizabethan England maintained distinct seasonal rhythms. Agricultural cycles dictated much of rural life, with planting, harvesting, and animal husbandry following ancient patterns. Religious observances marked the calendar with feast days and fasts. For entertainment, common people enjoyed bear baiting, cockfighting, and wrestling matches. Music and dancing enlivened weddings and festivals. Ballads and folk tales preserved cultural memories and moral lessons, creating a rich oral tradition that Shakespeare would later incorporate into his plays. The world of Shakespeare's youth was experiencing accelerating change. The old medieval worldview was gradually giving way to Renaissance humanism. The certainties of the Catholic Church had been replaced by the complexities of Protestant theology. The feudal economic system was evolving toward proto-capitalism. These social transformations created tensions and contradictions that Shakespeare would later explore with unmatched psychological insight. For common people, like the Shakespeare family, daily concerns focused on practical matters, securing food, maintaining shelter, avoiding disease, and preserving social position. Religion permeated daily life, with church attendance compulsory and biblical knowledge widespread. Death remained an ever-present reality. The average life expectancy hovered around 40 years. People lived with a sense of life's brevity and the imperative to secure salvation, themes that would resonate through Shakespeare's later meditations on mortality and the human condition. Into the swirling currents of Elizabethan culture, the young Shakespeare ventured forth from Stratford, drawn perhaps by economic necessity, artistic ambition, or simply the magnetic pull of London, the pulsing heart of English cultural life. By the early 1590s, documentary evidence places him in London's theatre world, where his extraordinary literary journey would begin in earnest. What experiences, encounters, and personal transformations occurred during those unrecorded years remains tantalizingly elusive. The London stage, an enduring legacy. In the bustling streets of London, circa 1592, a relatively unknown provincial actor from Stratford begins to make his mark. William Shakespeare, now approaching his late 20s, emerges into the theatrical scene of Elizabethan London at a time of remarkable cultural renaissance. The city itself stands as a paradox, a metropolis of nearly 200,000 souls, making it one of Europe's largest urban centers, yet also a place where open sewers run down street centers and the Thames serves as both highway and convenient waste disposal. The London Shakespeare encounters teems with contrasts. Elegant courtiers in silks and velvets pass beggars in tattered rags. The sweet scent of rosewater and perfumes mingles with the stench of rotting garbage and human waste. Church bells ring across a cityscape dominated by the soaring spire of St. Paul's Cathedral, while bear-baiting rings and brothels flourish in Southwark across the river from the respectable city proper. It is here, in this contradictory landscape, that theaters find their place, pushed to the outskirts beyond the jurisdiction of city authorities who view playing companies with deep suspicion. The theatrical world of 1590s London operates on the margins, both geographically and socially. Players occupy an ambiguous social position, sometimes celebrated for their artistry, other times condemned as little better than vagabonds. Yet the theater business thrives. By the time Shakespeare arrives in London, purpose-built theaters have already begun transforming entertainment. The theater, built by James Burbage in 1576, stands as the first permanent structure erected specifically for theatrical performances since Roman times. Soon after come the curtain, the rose, and eventually the globe, where Shakespeare's career will reach its zenith. Shakespeare's initial roles in London remain shrouded in historical fog. Some accounts suggest he begins humbly, perhaps holding horses outside theaters for gentlemen attending performances. Others propose he joins an acting company immediately, working as both performer and increasingly as playwright. What remains clear is his swift rise from obscurity. By 1592, he has attracted enough attention to provoke the envy of university-educated dramatist Robert Greene, who derides him as an upstart crow beautified with our feathers. The London theatrical companies operate under a system of patronage, nominally serving noble sponsors while actually catering to paying audiences drawn from all social classes. Shakespeare joins the Lord Chamberlain's Men, a company that enjoys significant success under the leadership of Richard Burbage, son of the theater's founder and the premier actor of his generation. The company performs at various venues before eventually establishing the Globe as their primary home in 1599, with Shakespeare himself owning a 1/8 share in both the company and the theater building. Life in an Elizabethan theater company demands versatility and endurance. Performances begin at 2 in the afternoon to take advantage of natural light, with actors preparing in a communal tiring house. No artificial lighting illuminates the stage. No elaborate sets transform the space. Instead, the company relies on rich costumes, evocative language, and the audience's imagination. Women's roles are performed by boys whose voices have not yet broken, trained specifically to emulate feminine speech and movement. The company maintains a rotating repertory, sometimes performing different plays on consecutive days. The theatrical calendar follows seasonal patterns and royal demands. Summer brings fear of plague, often forcing theaters to close when death tolls rise. Winter performances sometimes move indoors to smaller, more exclusive venues like the Blackfriars, where artificial lighting allows evening shows for higher-paying audiences. The Christmas season sees companies performing at court, while Lent brings religious prohibitions against theatrical entertainments. Through these cycles, Shakespeare steadily builds his reputation, both as company member and as playwright. Shakespeare's writing process remains largely speculative. Without surviving manuscripts in his hand, scholars piece together clues from published versions and company records. He likely writes quickly, producing perhaps 2 plays annually at his peak. He works without the luxury of private offices or word processors, perhaps composing at a table in his lodgings, dipping quill in inkwell as London's noise filters through the windows. The plays emerge first as rough drafts, then as working scripts, with revisions occurring through rehearsal and performance before any printed version appears. The plays themselves reveal a mind of extraordinary range. In the 1590s, Shakespeare produces his early comedies, The Comedy of Errors, The Taming of the Shrew, The Two Gentlemen of Verona, alongside history, plays that capitalize on English audiences' appetite for national stories, the Henry Hind trilogy, Richard III, King John. His first tragedy, Titus Andronicus, demonstrates his willingness to meet contemporary tastes for revenge and bloodshed. Already appearing are the hallmarks that will define his work: psychological complexity, linguistic virtuosity, and an uncanny ability to balance popular entertainment with profound explorations of human nature. As the new century dawns, Shakespeare's artistry deepens. The comedies grow more complex with works like Much Ado About Nothing and As You Like It, which balance wit and wordplay against more searching examinations of love and identity. The histories continue with the second tetralogy, Richard II, the two parts of Henry IV and Henry V, plays that transcend simple patriotism to question the nature of leadership and legitimacy. And the great tragedies begin to emerge. Julius Caesar bridges the histories and tragedies, while Hamlet revolutionizes dramatic character with its unprecedented exploration of inner life. Shakespeare's daily existence in London follows patterns typical for a successful theater professional. He likely maintains lodgings in the Bishopsgate area, north of the Thames, but within walking distance of the theaters across the river in Southwark. His days revolve around the company's needs: morning rehearsals, afternoon performances, evening revisions and writing. He develops relationships with fellow writers, perhaps joining Ben Jonson and others at taverns like the Mermaid for literary discussions that later generations will mythologize as the heights of Renaissance wit. Despite his growing London success, Shakespeare maintains connections to Stratford. His wife, Anne, and their children, Susanna, and the twins Hamnet and Judith, remain in the market town where he grew up. He visits periodically, investing his London earnings in Stratford property, including New Place, the second largest house in town, purchased in 1597. When his only son, Hamnet, dies in 1596, aged 11, Shakespeare presumably returns home for the funeral, though no record confirms his presence. The loss perhaps echoes years later in the father-child separations that populate his mature works. The theater company's fortunes suffer a setback in 1597 when their lease on the theater expires. Unable to renew terms with the landowner, the company takes drastic action. During the Christmas season of 1598, while the landlord celebrates the holiday away from London, company members dismantle the theater piece by piece and transport the timber across the frozen Thames to Southwark. There they use these materials to construct the Globe, which opens in 1599 with Shakespeare's Henry V. Its prologue famously asking audiences to use their imaginary forces to transform the wooden O of the theater into the fields of France. The Globe stands as Shakespeare's primary professional home for the remainder of his London career. A three-story open-air amphitheater accommodating up to 3,000 spectators, it embodies the democratic nature of Elizabethan theater. Groundlings pay a penny to stand in the yard surrounding the thrust stage, while wealthier patrons pay additional sums for covered seating in the galleries. Performances unfold in natural light with minimal scenic elements, emphasizing language and acting over spectacle. Above the stage, a canopy painted with stars represents the heavens, while a trap door in the stage floor leads to hell below. The early years of James I's reign, following Elizabeth's death in 1603, mark Shakespeare's most productive period. The company receives royal patronage, becoming the King's Men, and Shakespeare produces his greatest tragedies: Othello, King Lear, Macbeth, and Antony and Cleopatra. These works plumb unprecedented psychological depths while maintaining the theatrical vitality necessary to hold diverse audiences. They balance philosophical contemplation with action, poetry with prose, and comic relief with tragic intensity. In them, Shakespeare achieves what Ben Jonson will later call his defining quality. He was not of an age, but for all time. Shakespeare's financial success continues to grow. Company records show him receiving payment not only as shareholder, but for special court performances before King James. He makes additional investments in Stratford, including purchases of land and tithes. His social position rises accordingly. In 1596, his father receives a coat of arms, elevating the Shakespeare family to gentlemanly status. By 1602, Shakespeare himself appears in legal documents as gentleman. This social mobility from Glover's son to gentleman represents one of the most remarkable aspects of his biography, attesting to the unusual meritocracy of the theatrical profession. The final phase of Shakespeare's theatrical career brings a shift toward tragicomedy and romance, collaborating more frequently with younger playwrights, particularly John Fletcher. He creates works like Pericles, Cymbeline, The Winter's Tale, and The Tempest. These plays feature spectacular theatrical effects, improbable plot twists, familial reconciliations, and an increasing interest in redemption and forgiveness. Many critics hear in Prospero's epilogue from The Tempest, "Now my charms are all o'erthrown." Shakespeare's own farewell to the stage, though concrete evidence for such biographical reading remains elusive. Around 1611, Shakespeare appears to retire from active involvement with the London theatre, returning to Stratford, where he lives as a respected gentleman in New Place. His final years pass in relative quiet, though he maintains business connections to London and occasionally collaborates on plays. In 1616, he revises his will, famously bequeathing his second-best bed to his wife Anne, while leaving the bulk of his estate to his daughter Susanna and her husband. He dies on April 23, 1616, at the age of 52, and is buried in Holy Trinity Church, Stratford, beneath a stone bearing the famous curse against moving his bones. The afterlife of Shakespeare's work begins even before his death. The first collected edition of his plays, the First Folio of 1623, represents an unprecedented tribute to a dramatist. Compiled by his former colleagues John Heminges and Henry Condell, it preserves 18 plays that would otherwise have been lost, presenting 36 works under categories still used today: comedies, histories, and tragedies. The prefatory material, including Ben Jonson's poem praising the playwright as the soul of the age, establishes Shakespeare's canonical status barely 7 years after his death. Over subsequent centuries, Shakespeare's reputation continues its remarkable ascent. The Restoration sees his plays adapted to suit changing theatrical tastes. The 18th century establishes him as England's national poet, while the Romantics celebrate his psychological insights and natural genius. Victorian productions emphasize historical accuracy and moral lessons, while the 20th century brings experimental reinterpretations across media. Shakespeare becomes global property, translated into every major language, performed on every continent, adapted for cinema, television, and digital platforms unimaginable in his lifetime. The authorship controversy, questioning whether the historical Shakespeare actually wrote the works attributed to him, emerges in the 19th century and persists despite lacking scholarly support. Alternative candidates proposed include Francis Bacon, Christopher Marlowe, Edward de Vere, and various aristocrats. These theories typically stem from social prejudice, assuming that works of such genius could not have been produced by a man of Shakespeare's middling education and background. Mainstream scholarship firmly rejects such claims, pointing to contemporary evidence and the collaborative nature of theatrical production that makes such elaborate deception implausible. What remains most remarkable about Shakespeare is not simply his survival, but his continued vitality. His language, though now 4 centuries old, still speaks directly to human experience. His characters, Hamlet contemplating mortality, Macbeth corrupted by ambition, Rosalind testing the boundaries of gender, Falstaff embodying unrepentant joy, remain psychologically recognizable despite vast cultural changes. The plays continue to reveal new meanings as each generation brings its own questions and concerns to these inexhaustibly rich texts. Shakespeare's stage may have been wooden, but the worlds he created on it prove endlessly expansive. The Journey of Marco Polo, The Road to Cathay. In the merchant Republic of Venice, as the 13th century approached its midpoint, a child was born whose travels would one day capture the imagination of the world. Marco Polo entered life in the year 1254, though some historians debate the precise date. Venice in those days stood as the foremost maritime power of the Mediterranean, its wealth built upon a vast network of trade that connected Europe with the exotic lands of the East. The city rose from the waters like a dream, a maze of canals and narrow streets, magnificent palaces and bustling markets where merchants from distant shores haggled over spices, silks, and precious stones. The Polo family belonged to the merchant nobility of Venice, a class of citizens whose fortunes were made through international commerce rather than ancient lineage. Marco's father, Niccolò, and uncle Maffeo were established traders who specialized in the valuable jewels and spices of the eastern lands. When Marco was only 6 years old, these two adventurous brothers departed on a trading journey that would take them far beyond the usual routes of Venetian merchants, venturing into the mysterious realms of the Mongol Empire, lands that few Europeans had ever seen. As the years passed and no word came from his father and uncle, young Marco was raised by extended family. He received the education befitting a merchant's son: arithmetic, bookkeeping, reading, and writing, skills that would serve him well in later years. He learned to navigate the social hierarchies of Venice, to appreciate fine things, and to understand the complex web of international relations that kept his city wealthy. All the while, stories of distant lands filled his imagination as he wandered along the bustling wharves of Venice, watching ships arrive laden with exotic goods from ports whose names sounded like poetry. In 1269, when Marco was 15 years old, an extraordinary event occurred that would alter the course of his life. His father and uncle, now thought long dead by most in Venice, returned from their incredible journey. The tales they brought back seemed almost too fantastic to believe. They spoke of vast deserts and towering mountains, of cities larger than any in Europe, and of a great ruler in the East, Kublai Khan, grandson of the legendary conqueror Genghis Khan, who ruled over an empire of unimaginable wealth and power. The great Khan, they explained, had shown particular interest in Christianity and Western knowledge. He had sent the Polo brothers back to Europe with a remarkable request, that they return to his court with 100 learned men who could explain the Christian faith and the liberal arts. They also carried a golden tablet, a paisa, which served as a passport throughout the Khan's domains, granting them authority and protection. Though the brothers had failed to recruit the 100 scholars requested by the Khan, they were determined to return to his court, and this time they would take young Marco with them. The preparations for such a journey were extensive and methodical. The older Polos, seasoned by their previous expedition, understood well the rigors and dangers that lay ahead. They gathered detailed maps and accounts from other travelers, assembled appropriate gifts for the various rulers whose territories they would cross, and acquired the necessary trade goods to finance their journey. Young Marco, burning with excitement and curiosity, absorbed every detail, learning the rudiments of various languages and studying the customs of foreign lands. In 1271, when Marco was 17, the three Polos set out from Venice, accompanied by 2 Dominican friars who had been assigned by Pope Gregory VI to accompany them as emissaries to the Great Khan. Their departure was marked with ceremony, the magnificent galleys of Venice gleaming in the morning sun as they set sail for Acre in the Holy Land. The journey had scarcely begun, however, when the 2 friars, alarmed by news of conflict in Armenia, abandoned the expedition and returned to Italy. The Polos, undeterred, pressed on alone. From Acre they proceeded to Ayas, on the coast of Cilician Armenia, the starting point for caravans heading east. Here, the true hardships of their journey would begin. The route ahead would take them across some of the most challenging terrain on Earth, scorching deserts, freezing mountain passes, and lawless regions where bandits preyed on travelers. They joined a merchant caravan for safety, their goods loaded on the backs of camels and horses, the plodding rhythm of the animals' hooves marking the slow passage of days. The Armenian highlands presented their first major challenge. The landscape here was rugged and unforgiving, with steep paths winding between barren peaks where eagles soared on thermal currents. Villages clung precariously to mountainsides, their stone houses seeming to grow organically from the rocky terrain. The people were hardened by their environment, but showed remarkable hospitality to travelers, sharing their simple meals of flatbread, goat cheese, and fermented mare's milk. Marco observed everything with keen interest: the craftsmanship of local metalworkers, the distinctive style of Armenian Christianity, the methods locals used to navigate this difficult terrain. Descending from the highlands, the Polos entered the lands that had once formed the heart of the Persian Empire. Here was a civilization of ancient sophistication, with cities whose founding predated Rome. In Tabriz, a major trading center, they encountered merchants from India, Russia, and Central Asia, each bringing distinctive goods and cultural practices. The bazaars overflowed with commodities: Persian carpets of intricate design, ceramics glazed in brilliant turquoise and cobalt blue, astrolabes and other scientific instruments of remarkable precision. Marco's education continued with each passing mile. He learned to recognize the quality of different silks by touch alone, to distinguish genuine lapis lazuli from inferior imitations, to negotiate in several languages, and to read the subtle signals of foreign customs. His father and uncle, pleased with his quick intelligence and adaptability, gradually entrusted him with more responsibilities. The young Venetian proved particularly adept at observing and remembering details, a talent that would later make his account of their travels so valuable. From Persia, their path led them to the ancient city of Balkh in what is now northern Afghanistan. Once called the Mother of Cities, Balkh had been a center of learning and culture before being devastated by the Mongol conquests decades earlier. Even in its diminished state, the remnants of its former glory were evident in the ruins of magnificent mosques and madrasas. Here, Marco first encountered Buddhist monks with their shaved heads and saffron robes, practicing a faith entirely unknown in Europe. Beyond Balkh lay one of the most formidable obstacles of their journey: the Pamir Mountains, often called the Roof of the World. As they ascended into this harsh realm of rock and ice, the air grew thin, making each breath laborious. Nighttime temperatures plunged well below freezing even in summer. The narrow paths skirted precipitous drops where a single misstep could mean death. Strange meteorological phenomena occurred in these heights: halos around the sun, sudden snowstorms materializing from clear skies, thunder that echoed endlessly among the peaks. The caravan moved slowly through this forbidding landscape, gaining no more than 10 miles on a good day. Marco noted the curious fauna of the high mountains: the massive horned Marco Polo sheep that would later bear his name, the snow leopards glimpsed briefly on distant ridges, the golden eagles that soared above. The few human inhabitants they encountered lived in felt tents and subsisted primarily on the milk and meat of their hardy mountain sheep and yaks, supplemented with whatever barley they could coax from the stony soil during the brief summer. Descending from the Pamirs, they entered the Taklamakan Desert, whose name in the local Uyghur language was said to mean place of no return. Here was a different kind of challenge, an ocean of sand where water was more precious than gold. The caravan followed the northern edge of the desert, moving from oasis to oasis. Each of these green havens, nourished by streams flowing down from distant mountains, supported towns of mud brick buildings clustered around bazaars and mosques, their prosperity dependent on the trade that passed through. At night, the desert transformed. The heat of day gave way to bitter cold, and the stars shone with an intensity Marco had never witnessed before, seeming close enough to touch. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light. Around campfires, travelers shared stories, tales of caravans that had disappeared without trace, of desert demons that led travelers astray, of ancient cities buried beneath the shifting sands. Marco listened attentively, distinguishing between fanciful embellishments and potentially useful information. The challenges of the journey were not merely physical. As foreigners and Christians in predominantly Muslim lands, the Polos needed to navigate complex cultural and religious sensitivities. They learned when to discuss their faith openly, and when discretion was wiser, how to show appropriate respect for local customs without compromising their own beliefs, and how to use their status as representatives of distant Venice to advantage. The Golden Paisa, the Khan's passport, commanded respect among those who recognized Mongol authority, but there were regions where different powers held sway. After crossing the Taklamakan, they reached the oasis city of Kashgar, a major junction on the Silk Road where merchants from east and west had met for centuries. Here was a true cultural crossroads where Chinese, Tibetan, Indian, and Persian influences blended. In the great Sunday market, Marco observed trade in everything from jade and silk to slaves and horses. Musicians played strange instruments, producing melodies unlike anything in Europe. Storytellers captivated crowds with tales of ancient heroes and legendary lovers, gesturing dramatically as they spoke in rhythmic verses. From Kashgar, they continued eastward, eventually reaching the western boundaries of China proper. They had now been traveling for over 3 years, covering thousands of miles across some of the most challenging terrain on Earth. Young Marco, no longer the inexperienced boy who had left Venice, had matured into a seasoned traveler with knowledge of lands and peoples entirely unknown to his European contemporaries. Ahead lay the domain of the great Khan himself, a realm of unimaginable vastness and sophistication that would challenge even Marco's expanding worldview. In the service of the Khan. The year is 1275, and Marco Polo has finally reached the summer palace of Kublai Khan after an arduous journey lasting nearly 4 years. The magnificent Xanadu rises before him, a vision of architectural splendor unlike anything the Venetian merchant has ever witnessed. Sprawling pavilions with curved roofs of glazed tiles glitter beneath the Mongolian sun. Gardens of precise symmetry stretch toward the horizon, while artificial lakes reflect the clouds drifting overhead. Marco stands transfixed, his travel-worn clothing and weathered skin contrasting sharply with the refined elegance of the Khan's courtiers who have come to receive the foreign visitors. The reception chamber dwarfs even the grandest halls of Venice. Marco, his father Niccolo, and Uncle Maffeo approach the throne where Kublai Khan sits in resplendent attire. The great Khan is in his 60s now, his once powerful frame having grown heavier with age, yet his eyes remain sharp, missing nothing. He wears a robe of golden silk embroidered with dragons, and his fingers bear rings set with precious stones from across his vast domain. The great Khan's beard is flecked with gray, flowing down over his chest in the Mongol tradition, while his head is shaved in a manner that Marco finds curiously fascinating. Kublai speaks through interpreters, welcoming the Polos back to his court, particularly pleased that they have fulfilled their promise to bring a young man who could learn his language and customs. Marco, just 21 years old, bows deeply before the Emperor of Emperors, Lord of all the lands from the frozen north to the bamboo forests of the south, from the eastern seas to the western deserts. In this moment, the Venetian could scarcely imagine that he would remain in this foreign land for 17 years, serving this remarkable ruler who commanded the largest contiguous empire the world had ever known. The Khan's interest in Marco grows quickly. Unlike many foreigners who came to court, Marco possesses a remarkable talent for observation and an insatiable curiosity about the customs, religions, and technologies of the lands through which he travels. He masters several languages spoken in the Khan's domains, including Mongolian, and various Chinese dialects. His memory proves exceptional, allowing him to provide detailed accounts of distant provinces that impress even the Khan's most experienced advisors. Within a few months, the young Venetian finds himself appointed to a position of responsibility, an emissary of the Great Khan. Marco's duties take him to the furthest reaches of the Yuan dynasty's territories. He traverses the windswept plateaus of Tibet, where monasteries cling to mountainsides and monks devote their lives to spiritual contemplation. He journeys through the steaming jungles of what will later be called Burma in Vietnam, where strange beasts roam and peoples with customs utterly foreign to European understanding live in harmony with the rhythms of monsoon seasons. Each journey is meticulously documented in Marco's prodigious memory, each observation carefully stored away for future recounting to his increasingly appreciative imperial master. In the province of Yunnan, Marco marvels at the expertise of local craftsmen who work with lacquer and jade, creating objects of such delicate beauty that they seem almost magical to his European sensibilities. The region's towns bustle with commerce, their markets filled with goods from across Asia. Silver, gold, and precious stones change hands alongside more humble commodities like salt, which is formed into cakes and used as currency. Marco observes how the Khan's paper money, a concept virtually unknown in Europe, facilitates trade throughout the empire, backed by the Khan's decree and the threat of death for counterfeiters. The Chinese cities astound Marco with their orderly streets and sophisticated urban planning. Hangzhou particularly impresses him with its 1,000,000 inhabitants, making it perhaps the largest city in the world at that time. Its canals, bridges, and bustling markets create a scene of commercial activity that dwarfs anything in Europe. The city's West Lake, with its artificial islands, pavilions, and carefully tended gardens, represents to Marco the height of refined civilization. At night, countless lanterns illuminate the waterways where pleasure boats drift, carrying revelers enjoying music and poetry long after European cities would have descended into darkness. Perhaps most remarkable to the Venetian visitor is the system of governance that allows the Khan to control his vast territories. A sophisticated postal relay system enables messages to travel rapidly across thousands of miles. Rest houses stand ready at precise intervals along the main imperial highways, stocked with fresh horses for official couriers. These messengers wear special belts adorned with bells to announce their approach, ensuring that the next horse will be saddled and waiting. Through this system, news from the distant frontiers reaches the Khan's ear with unprecedented speed. The administrative apparatus of the empire functions with remarkable efficiency. Officials are selected through competitive examinations rather than hereditary right, a concept far ahead of European practice. Record-keeping is meticulous with population censuses, tax revenues, and agricultural outputs all carefully documented. These records are stored in vast archives where scholar officials consult them to help govern more effectively. Marco, accustomed to the relatively chaotic governance of medieval European states, recognizes the sophistication of this system, even as he notes its occasionally oppressive nature. Religious diversity throughout the empire fascinates Marco. Buddhism predominates in many regions, with its temples, monasteries, and statues of the Buddha in various poses. Taoism offers another spiritual path, one more concerned with harmony with nature and the pursuit of longevity. Confucian philosophy governs social relationships and official conduct, while Islam has established a foothold in western portions of the empire. Nestled among these traditions are Christians of the Nestorian sect, Jews in certain trading cities, and followers of shamanic practices from the Mongol heartland. Marco witnesses the Khan's remarkable religious tolerance. While maintaining his own spiritual practices, rooted in Mongol shamanism and an interest in Tibetan Buddhism, Kublai allows all faiths to practice freely within his domains. He even requests that the Polos bring back Christian scholars and holy oil from Jerusalem though this request is never fulfilled. The Khan, Marco observes, believes that seeking divine favor from multiple sources can only strengthen his rule. This pragmatic approach to religion contrasts sharply with the strict orthodoxy enforced by the Catholic Church in Marco's homeland. Through his years at court, Marco gains unprecedented insight into the Khan's character. Behind the ceremonial facade of imperial power, Kublai is a man of tremendous intellectual curiosity, often engaging in lengthy discussions with sages and scholars from various traditions. He maintains a menagerie of exotic animals from across Asia and beyond. His hunting expeditions are legendary, involving thousands of participants and elaborate techniques using trained cheetahs, leopards, and falcons to pursue game. Yet he also appreciates poetry and fine art, sponsoring talented creators regardless of their ethnic origin. The Khan's personal habits reflect both his Mongol heritage and his adoption of Chinese imperial customs. Though living in palaces of unprecedented luxury, he maintains certain steppe traditions. He continues to enjoy arag, fermented mare's milk, a Mongol staple. During summer, he retreats to Shangdu, the famous Xanadu, where a portion of the grounds remains uncultivated grassland where the imperial horses can graze. Here, in a magnificent tent made of tiger's skins, he sometimes receives visitors in the manner of his nomadic ancestors, even while surrounded by the trappings of Chinese imperial splendor. After nearly 17 years in the Khan's service, Marco, his father, and uncle find themselves wealthy but increasingly homesick. Their repeated requests to return to Venice are denied until a specific opportunity arises. A Mongol princess requires escort to Persia, where she is to be married to the Ilkhan ruler. The journey by sea is deemed safer than the overland route, and the Polos' experience as merchants makes them suitable escorts. Reluctantly, the aging Khan grants permission for their departure, loading them with gifts and messages for European rulers. The maritime journey proves as hazardous and fascinating as their original overland trek. They sail from the port of Quanzhou aboard a Chinese junk, vessels far larger than European ships of the period. These massive wooden ships, held together with ingenious integral brackets rather than metal nails, carry hundreds of passengers and crew. Multiple watertight compartments provide safety unknown to Western shipbuilding. Guided by magnetic compasses, another technology largely unfamiliar in Europe, they navigate the treacherous waters of the South China Sea toward the Strait of Malacca. Along the voyage, they encounter the spice islands of Southeast Asia, where cloves, nutmeg, and black pepper grow, commodities worth their weight in gold back in Europe. They observe Hindu kingdoms in what is now Indonesia, Muslim sultanates rising to prominence in the Malay Peninsula, and trading posts where Arab merchants exchange goods along ancient maritime routes. In Ceylon, Sri Lanka, they marvel at the massive sapphires and other precious stones. The southern coast of India reveals to them Hindu temples of bewildering complexity, and cities where dozens of languages are spoken in bustling marketplaces. After delivering the princess to Persia, the Polos continue their journey homeward. They arrive in Venice in 1295, having been away for 24 years. Legend holds that they are barely recognized, their Mongol-style clothes and unfamiliar appearance causing relatives to doubt their identity. During a welcoming banquet, the story goes, they rip open the seams of their threadbare garments, releasing a cascade of rubies, sapphires, and diamonds hidden within the fabric, physical proof of their extraordinary journey and service to the great Khan. Marco's subsequent imprisonment during Venice's war with Genoa proves fortunate for posterity. While confined, he meets Rusticello of Pisa, a writer of romances who recognizes the extraordinary value of Marco's tales. Together they produce Il Milione, the Million, or The Travels of Marco Polo, a book that will profoundly shape European understanding of Asia for centuries. The work becomes one of the first bestsellers of the pre-printing age, copied, and translated into numerous languages, though often met with skepticism by readers who find its claims too extraordinary to believe. The book describes technologies unknown to Europe: paper money, coal burning for heat, the imperial postal relay system, and the use of petroleum and asbestos. Marco's descriptions of Chinese cities dwarf anything in Europe at the time. His accounts of Java, Sumatra, Japan, which he calls Jaipangu, and the lands of spices provide information of immense value to later explorers. Christopher Columbus carries a copy of Marco's book during his voyages, hoping to reach the lands of wealth and wonder that the Venetian described, inadvertently discovering the Americas instead. Marco Polo dies in 1324, never having returned to the lands he described so vividly. On his deathbed, pressed to admit that his tales were exaggerated or falsified, he reportedly declares, "I have not told half of what I saw." His tomb in Venice contains no riches from the East, just the mortal remains of a man who bridged worlds. Meanwhile, the Mongol Empire he described was already fracturing, and within decades the Yuan dynasty would fall to the Ming. The greatest overland empire the world had known was dissolving, even as a knowledge of its existence spread throughout Europe. Rome's northern frontier. The year is 117 CE. The Roman Empire stretches across 3 continents, from the windswept hills of northern Britain to the sun-baked deserts of Mesopotamia, from the Atlantic shores of Hispania to the fertile valleys of the Nile. At its height under Emperor Trajan, Rome controls more territory than it ever will again. Its legions stand watch along far-flung frontiers, enforcing the Pax Romana with disciplined efficiency. Among these military units, the 9th Hispanic Legion, Legionem Hispana, has carved a distinguished record across decades of service. Yet within a generation, this veteran legion will vanish from historical records, creating one of ancient history's most enduring mysteries. The early morning mist rises slowly from the dew-covered grass as the legionaries of the 9th awaken in their marching camp along the northern frontier of Britannia. The smell of wood smoke mingles with the earthy aroma of porridge cooking in iron pots. Centurions bark orders as men don their lorica segmentata, segmented armor that gleams dully in the weak northern sunlight. They are a long way from Rome. They are even farther from the Spanish provinces, where the Legion was originally raised over a century earlier. The men of the 9th have made warfare their profession and Britain their reluctant home. The 9th Legion was not always stationed in this remote corner of the empire. Its story begins in the late Republic, during the tumultuous years when Rome transformed from a republican government to an imperial power. The Legion was likely raised by Pompey in 65 BCE, though some historians suggest it may have been formed even earlier by Caesar for his campaigns in Gaul. What remains certain is that the 9th fought in the civil wars that tore through the Roman Republic in the 1st century BCE, eventually serving under Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, against Mark Antony. After Augustus secured power, establishing the principate that would govern Rome for centuries, the 9th Hispanic was dispatched to maintain control over the recently conquered Iberian Peninsula. The Legion earned its prestigious title Hispana through years of difficult service pacifying the tribes of northern Spain. The mountainous terrain presented challenges well suited for guerrilla warfare, with local fighters appearing suddenly from misty valleys to strike at Roman forces before melting back into familiar landscapes. The 9th adapted, becoming adept at mountain warfare. They learned to move quickly with lighter equipment, to establish defensive positions in hostile territory, and to respond to ambushes with disciplined counterattacks. These hard-won skills would serve them well in the difficult campaigns that lay ahead. By 43 CE, when Emperor Claudius ordered the invasion of Britain, the 9th had already established its reputation as a battle-hardened unit. Archaeological evidence places them at Noviomagus, modern Nijmegen, in the Netherlands, before they were transferred to participate in the British campaign. The Legion crossed the Channel with the invasion force, becoming one of the 4 main legions tasked with subduing the island's fierce tribal confederations. For the soldiers of the Ninth, Britain must have seemed a strange and forbidding land, its skies perpetually gray, its forests dense and primeval, its natives practicing mysterious druidic rituals beneath ancient oak trees. The climate alone presented a formidable adversary. Britain's persistent rains turned roads to mud and caused equipment to rust. Winters brought biting cold that the Mediterranean-born Romans found particularly difficult to endure. Disease swept through camps during the damp seasons, yet perhaps the greatest challenge came from the island's inhabitants. Unlike the Gauls or Hispanics who had eventually adopted Roman customs, many British tribes maintained fierce resistance to Roman rule. Mobility was their strength, capable of appearing without warning, striking hard, then disappearing into forests and marshlands intimately familiar to them, but alien and threatening to the invaders. The most significant early test for the Ninth Legion came in 60-61 CE during the rebellion of Queen Boudica of the Iceni tribe. After Roman officials flogged Boudica and assaulted her daughters following the death of her husband, a Roman client king, she raised a massive tribal army bent on expelling the invaders. The Ninth, under the command of Quintus Petilius Carialis, marched to intercept Boudica's forces as they moved toward Camulodunum, modern Colchester. What followed was one of the most devastating defeats in Roman military history. The tribal warriors overwhelmed the legion, slaughtering perhaps 2,000 legionaries and auxiliary troops. Only the cavalry and Carialis himself escaped the massacre. This defeat might have ended the history of the Ninth. Then and there had reinforcements not been rushed to Britain. The legion was subsequently rebuilt with fresh recruits from the continent. The reconstituted Ninth participated in the final victory over Boudica's forces, now commanded by the new governor Gaius Suetonius Paulinus. The defeat became a painful memory that highlighted both the tenuous nature of Roman control in Britain and the ever-present danger of native uprisings. For decades afterward, the men of the Ninth would have passed down stories of that dark day when the legion's eagle was nearly lost to Boudica's warriors. Following their recovery from Boudica's rebellion, the Ninth Legion participated in the ongoing campaigns to pacify the island. Archaeological evidence places them at various forts across Britain. Most significantly, they established a permanent fortress at Eburacum, modern York, around 71-74 CE during the governorship of Quintus Petilius Carialis, the same commander who had led them to disaster against Boudica, but who had since been promoted to govern the province. This massive fortress, covering over 50 acres, featured barracks, granaries, workshops, a commander's residence, and administrative buildings, all surrounded by impressive stone walls. The ruins of these fortifications can still be seen beneath York today. Life at Eburacum followed the regimented pattern common to all Roman military bases. The day began early with trumpet calls, summoning men to their duties. Training was constant, marching in formation, practicing with weapons, constructing fortifications. Every soldier was expected to maintain his equipment meticulously. When not training or fighting, legionaries built roads, bridges, and aqueducts across the province. These engineering projects not only improved military mobility, but also served to Romanize the conquered territories. Small settlements of merchants, artisans, and camp followers grew up outside the fortress walls, creating a civilian town that catered to the legion's needs. Archaeological excavations at Eburacum have revealed insights into the daily lives of these men stationed far from home. Discoveries include hundreds of leather shoes and sandals, indicating that even at this distant outpost, Romans maintained their distinctive footwear. Personal items such as brooches, gaming pieces, and religious dedications show that despite their military discipline, the soldiers of the Ninth maintained individual identities and cultural practices. Many brought religious customs from their homelands, while others adopted local deities. Stone altars dedicated to both Roman gods and local British deities suggest a gradual cultural blending that occurred at this frontier outpost. Perhaps most poignantly, excavated writing tablets reveal personal messages, requests for more warm socks from home, complaints about the weather, and references to families left behind. One wooden tablet found in the fortress well contains a letter from a soldier named Candidus to his brother Spectatus. I have sent you pairs of socks, 2 pairs of sandals, and 2 pairs of underpants. These rare glimpses into personal correspondence humanize the otherwise anonymous soldiers who stood watch along Rome's most distant frontier. Many of these men would have served their entire 25-year enlistment in Britain, never again seeing the Mediterranean shores of their birth. The Roman military diet was substantial, if monotonous. The staple was wheat, issued as grain, and often prepared as porridge or baked into bread in the legion's own bakeries. Excavations at military sites across Britain have yielded animal bones, indicating consumption of beef, pork, mutton, chicken, fish, and venison. Imported foods such as olive oil, wine, and garum, fermented fish sauce, arrived in distinctive amphorae, connecting these frontier soldiers to wider Mediterranean tastes. Beer, more common among the native Britons, was also consumed. At Eboracum, archaeological evidence suggests the Ninth maintained gardens to supplement their rations with fresh vegetables, practical Romans making the best of their posting to this distant province. The legion was not composed solely of Roman citizens. While the legionaries themselves were citizens, or granted citizenship upon enlistment, each legion was supported by roughly an equal number of auxiliary troops drawn from conquered peoples. These auxiliaries provided specialized skills: Batavian boatmen from the Rhine, Numidian light cavalry from North Africa, Syrian archers from the eastern provinces. By the late 1st century, many auxiliaries serving in Britain were actually recruited locally, creating units of British soldiers fighting for Rome. This practice helped replace losses without requiring constant reinforcement from distant provinces, and gradually integrated local populations into Roman military traditions. In 7784 CE, the governor Gnaeus Julius Agricola launched a series of campaigns into what is now Scotland, attempting to subjugate the Caledonian tribes. The Ninth likely participated in these northern expeditions, marching through the Scottish Highlands and helping to construct temporary marching camps. These campaigns culminated in the Battle of Mons Graupius around 83 CE, where Roman forces defeated a large Caledonian confederation. However, these northern conquests proved difficult to maintain. The mountainous terrain favored local defenders, supply lines stretched thin, and the relative poverty of the region offered little economic incentive for permanent occupation. The Caledonian campaigns gave the men of the Ninth their first exposure to the northernmost reaches of Britain, a wild landscape of heather-covered hills, dense pine forests, and deep, mist-shrouded valleys. The native tribes here were particularly fierce, skilled in ambush tactics, and familiar with terrain that confounded Roman military doctrine. Unlike the tribes of southern Britain, many of whom had adapted to Roman rule, these northern peoples, the Selgovae, Novantae, and especially the Caledonian Confederation, remained determinedly independent. They lived in hill fort settlements and practiced an economy based primarily on cattle herding, which allowed for greater mobility than the agricultural societies farther south. By the late 1st century, Rome's frontiers had largely stabilized. In Britain, the limits of practical control were gradually formalized into a series of fortifications. Emperor Hadrian would eventually order the construction of his famous wall across northern Britain in 122 CE, creating a physical barrier between Roman territory and the unconquered tribes beyond. However, before this wall's construction, the frontier consisted of a series of forts connected by military roads. The Ninth Legion garrisoned several of these outposts, standing watch along civilization's edge, their eagle standards representing Rome's authority in this distant province. The northern frontier presented unique challenges. Unlike borders with other organized states, Where diplomatic relations might supplement military power, the frontier in Britain faced decentralized tribal societies that Roman authorities struggled to comprehend or control through traditional means. The landscape itself seemed hostile, dark forests extending beyond the horizon, strange customs and languages that resisted Romanization, and weather patterns that Mediterranean soldiers found deeply disorienting. Fog could descend suddenly, turning familiar landscapes alien and concealing the movement of hostile war bands until they were dangerously close. The psychological burden of serving in such conditions should not be underestimated. The last definitive records of the Ninth Legion in Britain come from the fortress at York, where they appear to have been stationed into the early 2nd century CE. A dedicatory stone commemorating the rebuilding of the fortress gateway under Emperor Trajan, 98-1 or 717 CE, bears the legion's name. Archaeologists have also discovered distinctive pottery and roof tiles bearing the legion's stamp, confirming their presence until at least this period. But then, mysteriously, the historical record falls silent. The Ninth Hispanic Legion, after more than a century of documented service, simply disappears from historical records. Theories and shadows. The final documented presence of the Ninth Legion in the historical record places them in York around 108 CE, after which they vanish from Roman military registers. This disappearance has spawned centuries of speculation, with historians, archaeologists, and storytellers offering conflicting theories about their fate. The misty landscapes of northern Britain have kept their secrets well, allowing imaginations to populate the void with tales of massacre, reassignment, and mystery. The absence of conclusive evidence creates a historical riddle that continues to captivate us, a reminder that even the mightiest of Rome's military units could someday fade into uncertainty. As we examine the possibilities of what became of these 5,000 soldiers, we must first consider the most dramatic theory, that the Ninth met a violent end at the hands of northern tribes. Caledonian warriors, fierce and unconquered, remained a persistent threat beyond Hadrian's Wall. The ancient historian Tacitus records several instances of Roman forces suffering significant losses against these tribal fighters who employed guerrilla tactics in the unfamiliar terrain of hills, forests, and marshlands. The Highlands of Scotland, with their imposing mountains and dense forests, provided perfect conditions for ambush by warriors intimately familiar with the landscape. Archaeological evidence lends some credence to this theory. At Vindolanda, a Roman fort near Hadrian's Wall, tablets discovered in the 1970s speak of troubles with local tribes, describing them as Britunculi, wretched little Britons, suggesting ongoing tensions. The Vindolanda tablets, preserved in remarkable condition due to the boggy conditions, provide an intimate glimpse into the concerns of Roman soldiers stationed at this remote outpost. In one tablet, a soldier writes home requesting warm socks and undergarments, a poignant reminder of the harsh conditions these Mediterranean men endured in the cold, damp British climate. The theory of a catastrophic military defeat gains further support from the construction of Hadrian's Wall beginning in 122 CE, which some historians interpret as a response to a significant military setback. Emperor Hadrian, visiting Britain in person, a rare occurrence for an emperor to travel so far from Rome, ordered this massive defensive structure built across the narrowest part of the island. The wall stretched 73 miles from coast to coast, standing up to 20 feet high and 10 feet thick in places, with a deep ditch on its northern side and forts positioned every 5 Roman miles. The stone and turf barrier required immense resources and manpower, suggesting a strategic reassessment of Rome's position in Britain. Hadrian's biographer writes that the emperor set right many things and was the first to build a wall 80 miles long to separate the Romans from the barbarians. This dramatic change in policy, from expansion to consolidation, has led some to speculate that Rome had suffered a military catastrophe that necessitated this defensive posture. perhaps the loss of an entire legion to the northern tribes. Yet this theory, dramatic as it is, faces significant challenges. Roman military disasters typically generated considerable documentation. When Varus lost 3 legions in the Teutoburg forest in 9 CE, the event was extensively recorded, with Emperor Augustus reportedly banging his head against a wall, crying, "Varus, give me back my legions." The absence of similar lamentation for the 9th is telling. Roman historians and politicians, never shy about recounting defeats when they could be used to justify retribution, remain curiously silent about any massive loss of Roman forces in Britain during this period. Furthermore, no archaeological evidence of a battlefield massacre on the scale necessary to destroy an entire legion has been discovered. A Roman legion in the field was essentially a small moving city with thousands of men and their equipment. Such a defeat would likely leave behind a considerable archaeological footprint, weapons, armor, mass graves, or evidence of battlefield trauma on human remains. Despite extensive archaeological work throughout northern Britain, no site matching these criteria has been identified with any connection to the 9th Legion. Another compelling theory suggests the 9th was simply transferred to another part of the empire and subsequently destroyed or disbanded elsewhere. The Roman military regularly reassigned legions to address emerging threats across their vast territories. The early 2nd century was a period of significant military activity on Rome's eastern frontiers, particularly during Trajan's Parthian campaigns and the Bar Kokhba revolt in Judea, where Rome suffered substantial losses that needed replacement troops. Evidence supporting this reassignment theory emerged in the early 20th century when a stamped tile bearing the legion's emblem was discovered in Nijmegen in the Netherlands, suggesting at least some elements of the 9th were present there after their supposed disappearance from Britain. Further intriguing clues come from personnel records found in other parts of the empire. A senior officer who previously served with the 9th appears in documents from Mysia, modern Bulgaria, around 142 CE, suggesting the legion or portions of it may have been transferred to the Danube frontier. An inscription discovered in Rome honors a high-ranking commander who may have led the 9th in a campaign against the Parthians in the east around 161 CE, decades after their last confirmed presence in Britain. The stone, damaged and incomplete, makes reference to what some epigraphers interpret as Legion 9 before breaking off. If this reading is correct, it would place elements of the 9th participating in military actions in Armenia under Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, far from the misty hills of northern Britain, where they are often imagined to have met their end. The Jewish rebellion under Simon Bar Kokhba between 132 to 136 CE inflicted severe casualties on Roman forces, with the complete destruction of the Feintiefrendies Deotariana legion being one confirmed loss. Historical records of this period remain fragmentary, and it is entirely possible that the 9th, if transferred to Judea, met its end in this brutal conflict. The desert landscape of Judea, with its complex cave systems and defensive positions utilized by Jewish rebels, presented challenges wholly different from those the legion had faced in Britain. A third possibility combines elements of the previous theories, that the 9th suffered significant, but not complete, losses in Britain, was subsequently withdrawn and reconstituted with new recruits, then later met its final fate elsewhere. Roman military practice allowed for the refounding of legions that had suffered heavy casualties, preserving the name and honors while essentially creating a new fighting force. The waters of history grow murkier here, as such administrative reshuffling might explain the limited and contradictory evidence regarding the 9th's later movements. The historian Fronto, writing to Marcus Aurelius, makes an oblique reference to serious Roman military losses in Britain during Hadrian's reign, but without specifying which units were involved. He mentions many soldiers lost, which some interpret as referring to the 9th's destruction. Others suggest he referred to cumulative losses from ongoing border skirmishes rather than a single catastrophic defeat. The ambiguity of the Latin phrasing has allowed both interpretations to persist, further clouding our understanding of this period in Roman Britain. Archaeological work continues to offer tantalizing but inconclusive evidence. At Carlisle, coins and artifacts dating to around 117 CE suggest a Roman military presence consistent with the Ninth's operations. Similarly, at Caerleon in Wales, recent excavations revealed what appears to be a temporary campaign base that could have housed vexallations, detachments, from several legions, potentially including the Ninth, engaged in operations against Welsh tribes around the time of their supposed disappearance from York. The cultural impact of the Ninth's mysterious fate extends far beyond academic circles. In 1954, Rosemary Sutcliffe published The Eagle of the Ninth, a historical novel that popularized the idea of the Legion marching into the Scottish mists, never to return. The image of Rome's imperial eagle standard being carried north, only to disappear among the wild Caledonian tribes, captured the public imagination. Sutcliffe's tale inspired generations of historical fiction and eventually the 2011 film The Eagle, cementing the legendary status of the vanished legion in popular culture. This intersection of limited historical evidence and powerful storytelling reveals something about our relationship with the past. The gaps in our knowledge do not diminish our fascination, but rather enhance it, creating space for imagination to flourish. The Ninth becomes more compelling precisely because we don't know their fate with certainty. They stand as symbols of imperial overreach, of human vulnerability against harsh landscapes and determined resistance, or simply of the inevitable fading of even the mightiest powers against the erosion of time. In the misty borderlands between archaeology and folklore, other theories have emerged. Some local traditions in northern England suggest the Ninth was not destroyed but absorbed, with survivors taken into tribal societies through capture or desertion. Roman soldiers, far from home and facing harsh conditions, might have found the prospect of joining local communities appealing. Archaeological discoveries occasionally reveal unusual hybrid artifacts that combine Roman manufacturing techniques with native British design elements, hinting at cultural exchange that exceeded simple trade relationships. Perhaps most intriguing is the theory that elements of the Ninth may have been drawn into the mysterious cult of Mithras, a secretive religion popular among Roman soldiers. Mithric temples have been found throughout Roman Britain, including several near the Ninth's base at York. The cult promised immortality to its initiates and emphasized brotherhood among soldiers. Some scholars have speculated that religious desertion, soldiers abandoning their posts to fully embrace cult practices, might account for some of the Ninth's diminishing numbers before their final disappearance. The enduring mystery of the Ninth has produced less conventional theories as well. In the early 20th century, speculative connections were drawn between the vanished Roman legion and legends of the people of the hills in Scottish folklore. Some antiquarians suggested surviving Roman soldiers might have formed isolated communities in remote valleys, their descendants gradually integrating with local populations while maintaining distinct cultural practices. While lacking scholarly support, these romantic notions speak to our desire to find continuity and survival in what might otherwise be a tale of destruction. As archaeological methods advance, new evidence continually reshapes our understanding. Ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR technology have revealed previously unknown Roman marching camps in Scotland, suggesting more extensive Roman military activity beyond Hadrian's Wall than previously recognized. Each discovery adds another piece to the puzzle, though the complete picture remains elusive. The absence of definitive evidence of the Ninth's destruction increasingly leads scholars toward the conclusion that they were indeed transferred elsewhere rather than annihilated in Britain. In the soft twilight between known facts and enduring mysteries, The Ninth Legion continues its long march through our historical imagination. Whether they fell fighting against overwhelming odds in a last heroic stand, were reassigned to distant frontiers to face new enemies, or gradually faded through a combination of casualties, desertion, and administrative reorganization, their story resonates with a deeper truth about human experience. Even the most organized and documented of ancient institutions could vanish from record, leaving future generations to wonder at their fate. As night settles over the ancient landscapes of northern Britain, we might imagine the ghosts of the Ninth still patrolling distant horizons, their legacy neither one of complete triumph nor utter defeat, but of enduring mystery. The shadows lengthen across archaeological sites and museum displays of their artifacts, reminding us that history is not merely what happened, but what we can know of what happened, and that the difference between these two constitutes both the challenge and the enchantment of our relationship with the past. The Roman Ninth Hispanic Legion marches still through the incomplete records of antiquity and the boundless territories of human curiosity. The life of Socrates and the birth of philosophy. Athens in the Golden Age. In the warm glow of the 5th century BCE, Athens stands as a remarkable testament to human achievement. The city gleams white and gold beneath the Mediterranean sun, its marble monuments and temples reaching skyward as if in conversation with the gods themselves. The Acropolis, crowned by the magnificent Parthenon, watches over a city in the midst of what historians will later call its Golden Age, a period of unprecedented cultural flowering, political innovation, and intellectual ferment. The streets below bustle with activity as merchants hawk their wares, politicians debate in small clusters, and citizens of all classes move through the agora, the heart of Athenian public life. Among them walks a man whose unconventional appearance draws both curious glances and knowing smiles. He is short and somewhat stout, with a broad, flat nose, prominent eyes, and a thick beard. His clothing is simple, even neglected, and he often goes barefoot, despite his means to afford sandals. This is Socrates, son of Sophroniscus, a stonemason, and Phaenarete, a midwife. Born around 470 BCE, he has lived through Athens' greatest triumphs and witnessed the beginning of its greatest challenges. Unlike the elegant sophists who teach for payment or the aristocrats who lead the democracy, Socrates presents a curious paradox, a man of humble birth who has become one of the most recognized and controversial intellectual figures in a city that prides itself on intellectual discourse. The Athens that shaped Socrates had recently emerged victorious from the Persian Wars, a triumph that filled its citizens with pride and a sense of exceptional destiny. The naval victory at Salamis in 480 BCE and the land victory at Plataea the following year had established Athens as a leading power in the Greek world. Under the leadership of Pericles from 461 BCE, the city transformed itself into the cultural and intellectual center of the Mediterranean world. Pericles, the brilliant statesman, whose name would become synonymous with Athenian greatness, directed the city's resources toward magnificent building projects, including the Parthenon, the Propylaea, and other structures that still stand as testaments to Athenian artistic achievement. His vision extended beyond architecture to creating a society where, in his words, advancement in public life falls to reputation for capacity, class considerations not being allowed to interfere with merit. In this Athens, a vibrant democracy flourishes, though not without its limitations by modern standards. Citizenship is restricted to free adult men born of Athenian parents, excluding women, slaves, and foreign-born residents from political participation. Nevertheless, within these constraints, the democratic system functions with remarkable engagement from its citizens. The ecclesia, or assembly, meets regularly on the Mix Hill, where any citizen can speak on matters of policy. As a young man, Socrates would have received the typical education of an Athenian male. Physical training in the gymnasium developed his body, while basic instruction in reading, writing, mathematics, music, and poetry cultivated his mind. Unlike many philosophers who would follow him, Socrates leaves no indication of having traveled widely in pursuit of wisdom. His education comes primarily from Athens itself and from his own insatiable curiosity. The philosophical climate into which Socrates emerges is one of exciting transition. Earlier Greek thinkers, often referred to as pre-Socratics, had begun questioning the nature of the physical world, suggesting that natural phenomena could be explained through rational investigation rather than mythological narratives. Thinkers like Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes looked for underlying principles governing the cosmos. As Socrates reaches adulthood, a new kind of teacher appears in Athens, the Sophists. These traveling intellectuals offer instruction in rhetoric, politics, and general knowledge for a fee. Protagoras, Gorgias, Hippias, and others draw eager students from wealthy families, promising to equip them with the verbal skills necessary for success in democratic politics. Their relativistic approach to truth, captured in Protagoras' famous dictum that man is the measure of all things, challenges traditional values. Socrates himself serves in the Athenian military during the early phases of the Peloponnesian War against Sparta, which begins in 431 BCE. Fellow soldiers report his extraordinary physical endurance and unfailing courage in battle. At Potidaea, he saves the life of the wounded Alcibiades, later a brilliant but controversial Athenian leader. At Delium in 424 BCE, amid a disastrous Athenian defeat, Socrates retreats with such calm dignity that enemy troops allow him safe passage. While carrying out his duties as a citizen soldier, Socrates increasingly turns his attention to philosophical questions. Unlike the pre-Socratics who investigated the physical world or the sophists who taught practical skills, Socrates focuses on fundamental questions of human existence. What is justice? What is courage? What is piety? And perhaps most importantly, how should one live? His method of investigation would revolutionize philosophy. In the bustling agora, Socrates develops his distinctive approach to philosophical inquiry. Rather than lecturing on predetermined topics like the sophists, he engages fellow citizens in conversations that begin with seemingly simple questions. A craftsman, politician, or prominent citizen might find themselves drawn into discussion with this peculiar figure, only to discover that their most basic assumptions are being systematically examined and often dismantled. The Socratic method, as it would later be called, proceeds through a series of questions and answers designed to clarify concepts and expose contradictions in thinking. Socrates compares himself to a gadfly stinging the comfortable horse of Athens into wakefulness. He also likens himself to his mother's profession, describing himself as a midwife of ideas, helping others bring forth knowledge that already exists within them, rather than imposing his own doctrines. As Socrates reaches middle age, he attracts a circle of admiring young men from prominent Athenian families. Among them is Plato, whose written dialogues will preserve Socrates' teachings and methods for posterity. Though Socrates never establishes a formal school or charges fees for his conversations, these companions follow him throughout Athens, observing and often participating in his philosophical examinations of willing or unwilling subjects. The Socratic conversations typically expose the ignorance that underlies confident assertions about moral matters. When questioning generals about courage or religious authorities about piety, Socrates reveals that they cannot provide coherent definitions of the very concepts they claim expertise in. His famous proclamation that "I know that I do not know" stands in stark contrast to the claimed certainty of most authorities in Athenian society. This profession of ignorance is not false modesty, but a profound philosophical position. The Delphic oracle had allegedly proclaimed Socrates the wisest of all men, a puzzling statement to Socrates himself, who was acutely aware of his own limitations. After questioning many supposed experts, he concludes that his wisdom consists precisely in recognizing his ignorance, while others remain deluded about the extent of their knowledge. Despite his disavowal of expertise, Socrates does develop distinct philosophical positions. He maintains that virtue is a form of knowledge and that no one does wrong willingly. Those who act immorally do so out of ignorance of what is truly good. This intellectual approach to ethics challenges conventional assumptions that separate knowledge from moral character. For Socrates, to truly understand the good is to act upon it. Moral failure stems from intellectual confusion. Socrates appears indifferent to material comforts, walking barefoot through winter streets and wearing the same simple cloak in all seasons. His physical hardiness becomes legendary in Athens, as does his capacity for drinking without showing signs of intoxication. At symposia, the drinking parties where Athenian men socialize and discuss ideas, Socrates can outdrink his companions while maintaining perfect philosophical clarity. His family life remains somewhat mysterious in historical records. He marries Xanthippe, who is often portrayed as quarrelsome in later accounts, though this may reflect misogynistic stereotypes rather than historical reality. They have 3 sons, but Socrates shows little interest in preparing them for conventional success or in accumulating wealth to pass on to them. His dedication to philosophical questioning takes precedence over family obligations as traditionally understood. As Athens enters the difficult later years of the Peloponnesian War, Socrates' countercultural stance grows increasingly problematic for the city's authorities. His questioning of traditional values and political leaders creates enemies among the powerful. His association with young men who later betrayed democratic principles, particularly Alcibiades and Critias, raises suspicions about his influence, though Socrates himself remains committed to following legal authority. When Athens experiences brief periods of non-democratic rule, Socrates maintains his philosophical independence. During the brutal reign of the 30 tyrants in 404-403 BCE, he refuses their order to participate in the illegal arrest of Leon of Salamis, risking his own life rather than complying with an unjust command. His moral courage in this instance demonstrates that his critiques of democracy do not imply support for tyranny. The intellectual climate of Athens during Socrates' mature years teems with competing ideas. Sophists continue to teach rhetoric as the path to political success. Followers of Anaxagoras introduce speculation about natural philosophy that challenges traditional religious views. Early medical theorists at the Hippocratic school developed naturalistic approaches to understanding disease. Dramatists like Euripides raise disturbing questions about human nature and divine justice on the theatrical stage. Amid this intellectual ferment, Socrates maintains his distinctive approach. Unlike natural philosophers, he shows little interest in cosmological speculation. Unlike sophists, he rejects the notion that truth is merely relative to human perception. Unlike conventional religious authorities, he claims to hear an inner daimonion or divine voice that warns him against wrong actions. His independent stance makes him both fascinating and troubling to his fellow Athenians. In the Agora, Socrates continues his daily practice of engaging citizens in philosophical conversation. The columned stoas provide shade from the intense Mediterranean sun as he questions merchants about the nature of exchange, politicians about justice, and craftsmen about excellence in their work. These conversations frequently draw crowds of observers, particularly young men eager to witness the famous philosopher reduce another confident citizen to perplexity. Socrates' physical appearance becomes as familiar to Athenians as his method of questioning. His satyr-like features, the snub nose, prominent eyes, and stocky build, contrast with the Greek ideal of physical beauty. Yet his intensity of focus, his unwavering commitment to philosophical examination, and his complete disregard for conventional measures of success create a different kind of charisma that draws followers despite his unconventional appearance. The trial and legacy Athens was troubled in the spring of 399 BCE. The great city-state had suffered numerous setbacks in the preceding years. The disastrous defeat in the Peloponnesian War against Sparta still weighed heavily on the collective consciousness. Democracy, recently restored after the brief but brutal reign of the 30 tyrants, remained fragile. In this atmosphere of uncertainty and suspicion, a familiar figure continued his daily routine in the agora. Socrates, now 70 years old, with his characteristic snub nose, protruding eyes, and unkempt appearance, could be found engaging citizens in philosophical discussions that often left them questioning their most deeply held beliefs. The philosopher had become increasingly controversial in Athenian society. His association with figures like Alcibiades, who had betrayed Athens during the war, and Critias, who had been among the 30 tyrants, cast suspicion upon him, despite his own democratic leanings. The city's wounds were still fresh, and many sought scapegoats for Athens' diminished glory. It was in this context that three men, Meletus, a minor poet, Anytus, a powerful politician, and Lycon, an orator, brought formal charges against Socrates before the Archon Basileus, the magistrate responsible for religious matters. The indictment was twofold and deceptively simple. Socrates stood accused of impiety, specifically of not recognizing the gods the city recognized and introducing new divinities, and of corrupting the youth through his teachings. The trial would take place before a jury of 500 male citizens chosen by lot, a cornerstone of Athenian democratic practice. As the day of the trial approached, friends urged Socrates to prepare an elaborate defense or to flee the city. Wealthy supporters like Crito offered to finance his escape, yet Socrates remained unmoved by these entreaties, insisting that he would face his accusers with nothing but the truth. The trial began early on a spring morning in the Heliaia, the central courts of Athens located near the Agora, where Socrates had spent much of his life in philosophical conversation. The proceedings followed the standard format of Athenian trials. Each side would have a set time to present their case, measured by a water clock called a clepsydra. After the prosecution and defense had spoken, the jury would vote immediately without deliberation. A simple majority would determine guilt or innocence, with no judge to interpret the law or moderate the proceedings. This direct form of justice placed enormous importance on rhetorical skill. Meletus spoke first for the prosecution, painting Socrates as a dangerous influence who questioned the very foundations of Athenian religion and society. Anytus and Lycon followed, emphasizing the political dimensions of the case. They reminded the jury of Socrates' associations with enemies of democracy and suggested his questioning nature undermined the traditional values that had once made Athens great. The prosecution appealed to fear and patriotism, portraying Socrates as a symptom of the moral decline that had led to Athens' recent misfortunes. Their speeches were calculated to provoke emotional rather than logical responses. When his turn came to speak, Socrates approached the matter in his characteristic fashion. Unlike other defendants who typically hired professional speechwriters or appealed emotionally to the jury, Socrates delivered a philosophically rigorous defense preserved by his student Plato in the Apology. He began not with flattery, but by acknowledging his lack of skill in courtroom oratory. I am more than 70 years old, and this is my first appearance in a court of law, so I am a complete stranger to the language here. just as you would forgive a foreigner for speaking in his accustomed manner, I ask you to ignore my manner of speech and focus on whether what I say is just." Socrates then addressed the older, unwritten accusations against him, that he was a natural philosopher who investigated things in the sky and below the earth, made the weaker argument defeat the stronger, and taught these things to others. He explained that these popular misconceptions stemmed from Aristophanes' comedy, The Clouds, which had portrayed him as a sophist decades earlier. Distinguishing himself from the sophists who taught for payment, Socrates explained his life's mission had begun with the Oracle of Delphi, which had proclaimed that no one was wiser than Socrates. Bewildered by this proclamation, Socrates had embarked on a quest to find someone wiser than himself. He systematically questioned politicians, poets, and craftsmen, only to discover that while they claimed knowledge in areas where they had none, he at least recognized his own ignorance. Through this account, Socrates reframed his philosophical questioning not as impiety, but as service to Apollo. As for corrupting the youth, he pointed out that none of the young men he had supposedly corrupted, nor their families, had come forward as witnesses against him. Instead, many were present to support him. The philosopher refused to employ the typical strategies of defendants, bringing his 3 sons to court to evoke pity, weeping, or begging for mercy. Such tactics, he maintained, were beneath the dignity of an Athenian citizen and contrary to justice. The jury must decide based on whether he was guilty of the charges, not on emotional appeals. As he neared the conclusion of his defense, Socrates made it clear that he would not abandon philosophy even to save his life. "The unexamined life is not worth living for a human being," he declared in what would become one of his most famous statements. When the votes were counted, Socrates was found guilty by a margin of approximately 30 votes, 280 to 220. Under Athenian law, after a guilty verdict, both prosecution and defense proposed penalties, and the jury would choose between them. The prosecution proposed death. Rather than suggesting a reasonable alternative like exile, Socrates first provocatively suggested that his punishment should be free meals in the Prytaneum, an honor reserved for Olympic champions and distinguished citizens. Only after this did he reluctantly propose a fine, which his friends increased to 30 minae, a substantial sum. The provocation worked against him. In the second vote to determine the penalty, more jurors voted for death than had voted for guilt. Socrates received the news calmly, remarking that he was condemned to death by the jurors. But his accusers were condemned by truth to wickedness and injustice. He addressed those who had voted to acquit him, telling them not to grieve, for death was either a dreamless sleep or a journey to another place where he could continue his questioning with the great figures of the past. He ended with a request: "When my sons grow up, punish them if they care for money or anything else more than virtue." While waiting for his execution, Socrates spent his final days in the prison near the Agora, visited by friends and continuing philosophical discussions. The execution was delayed because of a sacred mission to Delos, during which no executions could take place. During this time, his wealthy friend Crito visited with a plan for escape. In Plato's dialogue, Crito, Socrates refused, arguing that even though his conviction was unjust, it would be wrong to break the laws of Athens, which had nurtured and protected him throughout his life. To evade the verdict would undermine the very rule of law he had always respected. When the sacred ship returned from Delos, the time for execution arrived. According to Plato's account in the Phaedo, Socrates spent his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends. As the sun began to set, the prison official arrived with a cup of hemlock. Socrates took it calmly, inquiring about the proper procedure. After drinking the poison, he walked around until his legs grew heavy, then lay down as the numbness spread upward through his body. His last words, according to Plato, were, Crito, we owe a cock to Asclepius. Please don't forget to pay the debt. The death of Socrates sent ripples through Athenian society. Many who had supported the verdict soon felt remorse, especially as they came to understand that they had eliminated not an enemy of the state, but one of its most valuable critics. According to some accounts, the accusers themselves faced such public backlash that Miletus was executed and Anytus exiled. The trial and execution proved to be a pivotal moment in the history of Western thought, preserving Socrates' name and ideas far beyond what might have happened had he lived to a natural end. The most immediate and profound effect was on Plato, Socrates' devoted student. So disturbed was he by his mentor's fate and the failure of Athenian democracy to protect wisdom and justice that he abandoned his own political ambitions. Instead, he turned to philosophy, establishing the academy and dedicating himself to preserving and developing Socratic thought. Through Plato's dialogues, Socrates became immortalized not just as a historical figure, but as the archetypal philosopher, one who pursues wisdom even at the cost of his life. The early dialogues in particular present what scholars believe is the closest representation of the historical Socrates. Aristotle, who studied at Plato's academy, would continue the philosophical tradition, though with significant departures from his predecessors. Together, these three thinkers, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, formed the foundation of Western philosophical thought. What makes Socrates' contribution especially remarkable is that he left no writings of his own. Everything we know about him comes through the writings of others, primarily Plato, but also Xenophon, and, in a more satirical vein, Aristophanes. Yet his method and ideas have survived with extraordinary clarity and influence. The Socratic method, the approach to inquiry based on asking questions to stimulate critical thinking, remains a cornerstone of education and philosophical practice. His ethical focus, emphasizing virtue, self-knowledge, and the alignment of one's actions with one's principles, continues to challenge and inspire. His concept that the unexamined life is not worth living has become a touchstone for those who value critical thought and self-awareness. Perhaps most powerfully, his willingness to die rather than compromise his principles established a model of intellectual integrity that has guided courageous thinkers throughout history. Socrates' legacy extends far beyond philosophy into politics, education, and ethics. His questioning of authority and insistence on logical examination laid groundwork for democratic ideals and scientific inquiry. His trial has become a cautionary tale about the dangers of suppressing free thought and the potential tyranny of the majority. When democracies face crises, the fate of Socrates is often invoked as a reminder that popular opinion can be misguided and that protecting dissenting voices is essential to a healthy society. His death also raises enduring questions about the relationship between the individual and the state. As centuries passed, different eras interpreted Socrates according to their own preoccupations. Renaissance humanists saw him as the ideal of human wisdom and virtue. Enlightenment thinkers emphasized his rational approach and questioning of tradition. Romantics were drawn to his heroic death in defense of his principles. Christians found parallels between his death and that of Jesus, both executed for challenging orthodoxy while maintaining their integrity. In the modern era, existentialists have been particularly drawn to his emphasis on authentic living and his acceptance of death with philosophical calm. The paradox of Socrates lies in how a man who claimed to know nothing has taught humanity so much. His declaration, "I know that I do not know," often shortened to "I know nothing," established a model of intellectual humility that stands in sharp contrast to dogmatism and ideological certainty. His legacy reminds us that wisdom begins with recognizing the limitations of our knowledge, and that questioning our assumptions is not an attack on truth, but the beginning of its discovery. In a world increasingly divided by those claiming absolute certainty, the Socratic approach offers a different path. Napoleon's Russian campaign. The Grand Army marches east. As the early summer sun of 1812 cast its warming glow across the European continent, a military force of unprecedented size and diversity gathered along the banks of the Niemen River. The Grande Armée, assembled by Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, represented the culmination of nearly 2 decades of French military dominance and imperial ambition. More than 500,000 men stood poised at the eastern edge of Napoleon's empire, their breath visible in the cool morning air, their weapons gleaming in the dawn light. The emperor himself, now 43 years old and at the height of his power, sat astride his white stallion, surveying the massive human machine he had created. The political landscape that precipitated this massive military undertaking had been years in the making. Following the Treaty of Tilsit in 1807, relations between France and Russia had gradually deteriorated. Tsar Alexander I had grown increasingly frustrated with Napoleon's continental system, the economic blockade designed to isolate and weaken Great Britain. The Russian economy, heavily dependent on trade with the British, suffered significantly under these restrictions. By 1812, the Tsar had effectively abandoned the continental system, allowing British goods to flow into Russian ports once more. Napoleon, who had built his empire on a foundation of military victories and political dominance, could not tolerate such defiance. The emperor saw Russia's actions not merely as an economic challenge, but as a direct threat to French hegemony in Europe. As winter gave way to spring in 1812, diplomatic channels between Paris and St. Petersburg grew increasingly strained. Letters exchanged between the two monarchs became more formal, more coldly polite, their true intentions hidden beneath layers of diplomatic protocol and courtly language. The Grande Armée that assembled for this eastern campaign was unlike any military force previously seen in European history. Over 600,000 men had been mobilized, drawn from across Napoleon's vast empire and its allied states. Only about half were actually French. The remainder came from a patchwork of nations. Poles, eager to regain their independence from Russian control, reluctant Prussians and Austrians bound by treaties, Italians, Dutch, Swiss, and even a contingent of Germans from the Confederation of the Rhine. The logistical preparations for such an enormous undertaking had begun nearly a year earlier. Vast supply depots were established throughout Poland and Prussia. Thousands of wagons were constructed to transport food, ammunition, and equipment. Millions of rations were prepared, bridges were built, maps were drawn, and intelligence about Russian forces was gathered. Napoleon, ever the meticulous planner, had attempted to anticipate every possible challenge his army might face on the long march to Moscow. As June 1812 arrived, the massive army was arranged along the Niemen River in present-day Lithuania. The troops were organized into various corps, each led by one of Napoleon's experienced marshals, Davout, Ney, Oudinot, and others who had served the emperor faithfully through many campaigns. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's elite force, remained under his direct command, a formidable reserve to be committed at the decisive moment of battle. Artillery batteries, cavalry squadrons, and infantry regiments stretched as far as the eye could see. On June 24, 1812, Napoleon gave the order to cross the Niemen. At dawn, French engineers began constructing 3 pontoon bridges near the town of Kovno. By noon, the vanguard of the Grande Armée was moving across these temporary structures, entering Russian territory with remarkably little resistance. Napoleon had hoped for a quick, decisive battle near the border, a characteristic victory that would force the Tsar to negotiate on French terms. But the Russian forces, under the command of Barclay de Tolly and Prince Bagration, retreated deeper into their vast homeland. The weather during the initial advance was particularly challenging. Unseasonable storms lashed the marching columns with rain and hail. Dirt roads quickly turned to mud, slowing the progress of artillery and supply wagons. The summer heat that followed brought different hardships. Clouds of dust rose from beneath thousands of marching feet, coating soldiers' uniforms and irritating their lungs. Water sources became precious finds, often contaminated by the sheer number of men and animals dependent on them. The Grande Armée pushed eastward through Lithuania and into Russia proper. The countryside, initially fertile and relatively populous, gave way to more sparsely inhabited regions. Local populations often fled before the advancing French, taking with them livestock and food, burning crops they couldn't transport. Russian Cossack cavalry conducted harassing attacks against French supply lines and isolated units, then quickly disappeared before significant forces could be brought to bear against them. Napoleon's supply system, designed for the relatively compact battlefields and shorter campaigns of Western Europe, began to show signs of strain almost immediately. The vast distances of Russia proved challenging even for the emperor's carefully planned logistics network. Supply wagons broke down on poor roads, horses died from exhaustion and inadequate forage, and food began to run short. Soldiers increasingly resorted to foraging, which often devolved into outright looting, further antagonizing the local population. By mid-July, the French had reached Vitebsk, having marched about 300 miles from the Niemen. Napoleon established temporary headquarters there, considering whether to pause the campaign for the year and resume in the spring. The emperor paced the floors of his commandeered quarters, maps spread before him, weighing his options with his characteristic intensity. After much deliberation, the allure of a decisive victory proved too strong. On August 13th, the order was given to continue the advance toward Moscow. The march resumed through the heat of the Russian summer. Discipline began to fray among some units as the hardships mounted. Men fell ill from drinking contaminated water or eating spoiled food. The army's flanks became increasingly vulnerable to raids. Desertion rates rose, particularly among non-French troops with less personal loyalty to Napoleon. The magnificent military machine that had crossed the Niemen was gradually being worn down by the vastness of Russia itself. On August 17th, the French captured Smolensk after a bloody battle. The city, with its medieval walls and Orthodox churches, offered a strategic position on the road to Moscow. But the Russians had once again withdrawn after inflicting casualties, denying Napoleon his sought-after decisive engagement. The French entered a smoldering Smolensk, as Russian forces had set parts of the city ablaze during their retreat. The sight of the burning city, its civilian population fleeing eastward, created a somber mood among even Napoleon's most hardened veterans. After Smolensk, a significant change occurred in Russian leadership. The popular General Kutuzov replaced Barclay de Tolly as commander-in-chief of Russian forces. At 67 years old, Kutuzov was a veteran of numerous campaigns against the Turks and was widely respected by Russian troops. His appointment reflected growing Russian discontent with the strategy of continuous retreat. Public opinion and military pride demanded a stand be made before Moscow itself was threatened. Kutuzov began looking for favorable ground on which to give battle. As the Grande Armée continued its advance toward Moscow, Napoleon's mood alternated between confidence and concern. His personal health had begun to suffer. He experienced painful urinary tract infections and occasional bouts of what may have been epilepsy. Some nights he would remain awake until dawn, studying maps or dictating correspondence to his tireless secretary, Baron Fane. The emperor, who had once been able to go days with minimal sleep, now found himself increasingly fatigued. The Russian summer was giving way to early autumn as the French approached Moscow. The nights grew cooler, and occasional morning frost reminded officers and men alike that the Russian winter, renowned for its ferocity, was not far off. Supply problems continued to plague the advancing army. Of the massive force that had crossed the Niemen, only about 130,000 remained in fighting condition by early September. Disease, desertion, combat losses, and the need to guard extended supply lines had dramatically reduced Napoleon's effective strength. On September 5th, Napoleon learned that Kutuzov had finally decided to make a stand. The Russian army had taken up defensive positions near the village of Borodino, about 75 miles west of Moscow. The emperor rode forward to personally reconnoiter the Russian positions, studying them through his spyglass from a captured Russian redoubt. That night, in his campaign tent, Napoleon finalized his battle plans. He appeared unusually subdued to his marshals, perhaps sensing that, despite having forced the Russians to stand and fight, something fundamental had changed in the nature of the campaign. The Battle of Borodino began in the early morning hours of September 7th, 1812. A heavy fog hung over the battlefield as French artillery opened fire on Russian positions. For the next 12 hours, one of the bloodiest single days of warfare in 19th century Europe unfolded across the rolling landscape. French forces launched repeated attacks against Russian defensive positions. The fighting was particularly fierce around the Ravsky Redoubt and the Bagration flèches, with ground changing hands multiple times throughout the day. Napoleon watched the battle from a position near the captured Shevardino Redoubt, receiving reports and issuing orders. Several of his marshals, including Ney and Murat, urged him to commit the Imperial Guard to achieve a decisive breakthrough, but the emperor hesitated. Whether due to illness, fatigue, or a growing caution, Napoleon withheld his elite reserves. By evening, the French had pushed the Russians back from their positions, but had failed to destroy Kutuzov's army, which retreated in good order toward Moscow. The cost of Borodino was staggering. The French suffered approximately 30,000 casualties, including 47 generals killed or wounded. Russian losses were even higher, approaching 45,000 men. The battlefield itself presented a horrific scene. The wounded crying out for water, dead and dying horses, broken equipment, and the thick smell of gunpowder, blood, and death hanging in the air. Medical services on both sides were completely overwhelmed by the scale of the carnage. The day after the battle, Napoleon rode across the field, surveying the terrible price of what could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The emperor's physician, Larry, had worked through the night performing hundreds of amputations. Wounded men still lay where they had fallen, some having survived more than 24 hours without treatment. Even Napoleon, who had witnessed the aftermath of many battles, was said to have been shaken by the scale of suffering at Borodino. On September 14, 1812, the advance guard of the Grande Armée, led by Murat's cavalry, reached the heights of Sparrow Hills and gazed down upon Moscow. The ancient Russian capital spread before them, its hundreds of church domes and spires glittering in the autumn sunlight. After nearly 3 months of marching and fighting, the primary objective of the campaign was finally within reach. Napoleon arrived shortly afterward, expecting to receive a delegation from the city offering surrender terms, as had happened in Vienna, Berlin, and Madrid. No delegation arrived. As the French entered Moscow the following day, they found the city largely abandoned. Of a normal population of approximately 270,000, only about 15,000 remained, mostly foreign residents, the elderly, and the infirm. Governor Rostopchin had ordered the evacuation of the city, taking with him fire engines and much of the city's food supplies. The French troops, exhausted from their long march but elated at reaching Moscow, began to disperse throughout the city, seeking quarters and supplies. Napoleon established himself in the Kremlin, the historic fortress at the heart of Moscow. From the windows of the Grand Palace, he could survey much of the city that he had conquered, yet which somehow did not feel conquered. The absence of formal surrender, the lack of civilian population, and the eerie quiet of the vast city created an atmosphere of uncertainty. the emperor dispatched a letter to Tsar Alexander proposing peace negotiations, confident that the loss of the ancient capital would force the Russians to terms. The retreat from Moscow. As the crisp October air deepens into the first bite of Russian winter, Napoleon Bonaparte stands in the charred remains of Moscow, contemplating the greatest gamble of his military career. The year is 1812, and the Emperor of France has marched the most magnificent army Europe has ever witnessed over 1,000 miles into the heart of Russia. But Moscow offers no triumph, only emptiness. The city burns around him, deliberately set ablaze by its own governor, Count Rostopchin, leaving the Grande Armée without proper shelter as winter approaches. Napoleon paces the imperial apartments of the Kremlin, the only major building complex spared from the flames. His generals watch with growing concern as their emperor waits for a surrender that will never come. Tsar Alexander I has retreated deeper into Russia, refusing to negotiate. The empty, burning city offers no supplies, no quarter, no victory. Outside, the remnants of Napoleon's once magnificent force of over 600,000 men, now reduced to approximately $100,000 through the combat, disease, and desertion, await orders as October days grow shorter and colder. For 35 days, Napoleon remains in Moscow, sending letter after letter to the Tsar, receiving no response. The strategic situation deteriorates daily. Russian forces under General Kutuzov have regrouped and now threaten the French supply lines. Partisan fighters harass French foraging parties. The soldiers, once resplendent in their colorful uniforms, now appear haggard and worn. Food stores dwindle. The wooden remnants of burned buildings provide inadequate fuel against the growing cold. On the horizon, weatherwise veterans observe cloud formations that promise an early winter. On October 19th, Napoleon finally acknowledges the inevitable. The retreat from Moscow begins, though the emperor refuses to call it such. It is merely a strategic redeployment, he insists, a temporary withdrawal to better positions. The Grande Armée's departure is a stark contrast to its triumphant entry. Gone is the martial music, the precision of marching columns. Instead, the army stretches in a disorganized procession, accompanied by thousands of wagons loaded with wounded soldiers and Moscow's treasures, silks, artworks, and gold that will soon be abandoned. The army initially takes the southern route toward Kaluga, hoping to pass through territories not yet stripped of food and forage. Napoleon's plan is to reach the Polish frontier before winter fully sets in. For a brief moment, hope flickers among the troops. Then comes the Battle of Maloyaroslavets on October 24th, where Russian forces block the southern escape route. After a bloody engagement that cost thousands of lives, Napoleon makes the fateful decision to retreat along the same scorched northern route they had used to enter Russia. The retreat now follows the devastated path of their advance, a wasteland already stripped of resources. By early November, the first heavy snows begin to fall. The temperature plummets well below freezing. The landscape transforms into a white hell of ice and wind. The Grande Armée, once a model of military discipline and order, begins to disintegrate. Infantry regiments lose cohesion. Artillery pieces, their wheels frozen to the ground each morning, are spiked and abandoned. The cavalry, pride of France, withers as horses die by the thousands. The soldiers' suffering intensifies with each passing day. Their summer uniforms provide little protection against the Russian winter. Frostbite claims fingers, toes, noses, and ears. Men fall asleep by campfires and never wake, their bodies frozen by morning. Others simply collapse during the day's march, too exhausted to continue. Their comrades, focused on their own survival, march past without stopping. The snow-covered road becomes lined with frozen corpses, human signposts marking the army's retreat. Food becomes the army's obsession. Supply wagons are empty. Organized foraging becomes impossible in the stripped countryside. Men resort to eating horse meat, then horse feed, then boiled leather from equipment And finally, in desperation, the flesh of fallen comrades, discipline collapses entirely in many units. Officers lose authority as the struggle for survival overwhelms military hierarchy. Men who had marched proudly into Russia as soldiers now stumble forward as desperate refugees concerned only with living another day. The Russian army, under the patient command of Field Marshal Kutuzov, pursues without rushing. They allow the winter to do most of their work, attacking periodically to accelerate the French collapse. More deadly are the Cossack light cavalry raids, striking French stragglers and isolated units without warning, then vanishing into the white landscape. The Cossacks become spectral terrors in the minds of French soldiers, death on horseback appearing from swirling snow before disappearing again, leaving only bodies behind. Napoleon himself stays with the remnants of the Imperial Guard, the elite force maintaining some semblance of military order. He marches on foot at times to show solidarity with his suffering men. His personal physician, Dominique Jean Leray, operates in makeshift field hospitals, performing amputations in freezing conditions without anesthesia. The Emperor's legendary luck seems to have abandoned him. His orders are sometimes confused, his strategic vision clouded by the immediate crisis of keeping his army moving westward. On November 9th comes the first truly catastrophic moment of the retreat. The temperature drops to 20 degrees Celsius as the army approaches Smolensk, where Napoleon had promised his men they would find shelter and supplies. The city, however, holds neither in sufficient quantity. What little food exists is quickly exhausted. Men fight over crusts of bread. Wine and spirits freeze solid. The brief respite in Smolensk only confirms that the situation is hopeless, yet the army must continue westward or perish completely. By mid-November, the organizational structure of the Grande Armée exists only on paper. Marshal Ney commands the rear guard, fighting desperate actions to keep the Russians at bay. His Third Corps, which entered Russia with 40,000 men, is reduced to a few hundred effective soldiers. Ney himself fights with musket in hand alongside his men. When temporarily cut off from the main body, he leads his small band through Russian lines at night, refusing to surrender, eventually rejoining what remains of the army, an act of leadership that earns him Napoleon's enduring admiration. The greatest test awaits at the Berezina River. By late November, the army arrives at this obstacle, which they had crossed easily during their advance. Now the river runs cold and swift between banks of ice. Most bridges have been destroyed by retreating Russians. The Emperor's engineers, led by General Eblé, perform perhaps the most remarkable feat of the entire campaign. Despite exhaustion and frozen conditions, they construct two precarious bridges across the Berezina using local timber, working waist-deep in freezing water. The crossing becomes a nightmarish scene of desperation and heroism. Russian armies converge from multiple directions, threatening to trap Napoleon's forces against the river. Artillery bombardments strike the crowded bridges. Panic spreads among the thousands of stragglers and camp followers. Men, women, and children are crushed or pushed into the icy waters. Marshal Victor's corps fights valiantly to hold back Russian forces, sacrificing themselves to allow others to cross. The bridges themselves begin to buckle under the weight and pressure. Napoleon manages to extract the remnants of his main force across the Berezina, but at terrible cost. When the bridges are finally burned to prevent Russian pursuit, thousands of French stragglers remain on the eastern bank, condemned to capture or death. The crossing costs an estimated 25,000 French lives. General Eblé, who saved the army with his bridge building, dies shortly afterward from exhaustion and exposure, one of many officers who sacrificed themselves for their men and their emperor during the retreat. By early December, the temperature falls below 30 degrees Celsius. Men die by the hundreds each night. The remaining horses are slaughtered for food, forcing the abandonment of most remaining artillery and wagons. On December 5th, Napoleon makes another fateful decision. Receiving news of a failed coup attempt in Paris, he determines he must return to France immediately to secure his political position. He transfers command to his brother-in-law, Joachim Murat, and departs in a small sleigh, racing ahead of the army toward Poland and then France. Napoleon's departure strikes many soldiers as abandonment, though from a strategic perspective, his presence in Paris is more valuable than remaining with the doomed army. Without the emperor's presence, the retreat accelerates into near total dissolution. Murat, a brilliant cavalry commander but mediocre strategist, struggles to maintain any semblance of order. Units disintegrate completely. The freezing march becomes a nightmare of individual survival. Men stumble forward in small groups, their military identity existing only in tattered remains of once grand uniforms. The final crossing into friendly territory occurs at the Niemen River in mid-December. Marshal Ney, commanding what can barely be called a rear guard, crosses the bridge and announces to the few officers present, "Gentlemen, I am the rear guard of the Grande Armée." His small band of fewer than 30 men represents all that remains under arms of the massive force that had crossed this same river 6 months earlier heading eastward. Behind them lies a 1,000-mile trail of abandoned equipment, frozen corpses, and shattered military glory. The numbers tell the devastating story. Of the approximately 600,000 men who began the Russian campaign, fewer than 30,000 return in organized military formation. Perhaps another 20,000 stragglers eventually make their way back to friendly territory. The remainder, over 500,000 men, lie dead across the Russian landscape, victims of combat, disease, starvation, exposure, or capture. The Imperial Guard, which entered Russia 47,000 strong, returns with fewer than 800 men fit for duty. Entire regiments cease to exist except in memory. The human tragedy extends beyond the military disaster. Thousands of camp followers, wives, children, servants, perish alongside the soldiers. Prisoners taken by Russians face harsh treatment. Few survive captivity. The retreat creates a humanitarian crisis across Eastern Europe as refugees and stragglers spread typhus and other diseases. Communities in Poland and Germany must absorb the human flotsam of Napoleon's shattered force, feeding the starving and caring for the frostbitten and ill who can travel no further. Beyond the immediate suffering lies the historical significance. The Russian campaign marks the beginning of the end for Napoleon's empire. Though he raises new armies with remarkable speed upon his return to France, he has lost the veteran core of his military power. More crucially, the aura of invincibility that surrounded the emperor is permanently shattered. Prussia and other German states, long dominated by France, begin to contemplate rebellion. Russia, once on the defensive, now advances westward as a liberating force. The retreat from Moscow becomes immortalized in culture and memory. The French painter Théodore Géricault captures the horror in his works. Leo Tolstoy will later incorporate the campaign into his masterpiece, War and Peace. Military theorists studied the retreat as a textbook example of how environmental conditions and extended supply lines can defeat even the greatest army. The Russian people celebrate what they call the Patriotic War of 1812, when General Winter fought alongside their soldiers to drive out the invader. As the winter of 1812-1813 settles across Europe, Napoleon works feverishly in Paris to rebuild his military power. But something essential has been lost in the snows of Russia. The retreat from Moscow reveals the limits of even the greatest military genius when confronted with the dual enemies of distance and climate. The images of frozen soldiers, abandoned cannons, and the emperor fleeing in a small sleigh become defining symbols of hubris and overreach. Napoleon's Grande Armée, like so many would-be conquerors before and since, discovers that Russia's vastness remains its most formidable defense. The making of a master swindler. In the soft twilight of the early 20th century, as Europe was still reeling from the devastating effects of the First World War, there emerged a figure whose remarkable talent for deception would earn him a permanent place in the annals of criminal history. Victor Lustig, a name that would become synonymous with audacious confidence schemes, was born in 1890 in what was then Austria-Hungary, in a small Bohemian town. His early years unfolded against the backdrop of the fading Habsburg Empire, a world of shifting identities and crumbling certainties. The young Lustig showed remarkable aptitude for languages, eventually becoming fluent in 5: Czech, German, English, French, and Italian. This linguistic versatility would prove invaluable in his future endeavors, allowing him to move effortlessly between different countries and social circles. His formal education came to an end at the age of 19, but by then, Lustig had already developed the keen understanding of human psychology and the gift for observation that would later define his criminal career. Europe in the early 1900s was experiencing profound transformations. The old aristocratic order was gradually giving way to a new class of wealthy industrialists and businessmen. Social mobility was increasing, particularly in urban centers, and the trappings of wealth, the clothes, mannerisms, and social connections could be studied and imitated by the observant. For a young man of Lustig's intelligence and ambition, but lacking in family connections or inherited wealth, the temptation to exploit this fluid social environment proved irresistible. The first decades of the 20th century witnessed not only political upheaval, but also remarkable technological innovation. Ocean liners crossed the Atlantic with increasing regularity, carrying the wealthy and aspirational between the old world and the new. These floating palaces, with their first-class accommodations and exclusive dining rooms, became Lustig's initial hunting grounds. The transatlantic crossing typically took 5 to 7 days, ample time for a confidence man to identify potential marks, establish rapport, and execute his schemes. Lustig's early cons were relatively straightforward but effective. On ocean liners, he would pose as a successful businessman or aristocrat, using his immaculate appearance, refined manners, and apparent familiarity with high society to gain the trust of wealthy passengers. His favorite scheme during this period involved a specially designed box, which he claimed could reproduce currency. The demonstration was convincing. The box appeared to create perfect copies of banknotes after several hours of processing. The mechanics of this scheme were deceptively simple. Lustig would insert genuine bills into the box, which contained a hidden compartment already holding identical currency. After the prescribed waiting period, these preloaded bills would emerge, seemingly freshly printed. Potential buyers were shown this miracle of technology and offered the chance to purchase the machine for a substantial sum, always significantly less than the fortune it supposedly could generate. By the time the buyer discovered the truth, Lustig would be long gone. As Europe descended into the chaos of World War I, Lustig found it prudent to relocate to the United States. America in the 1920s proved to be fertile ground for his evolving repertoire of confidence schemes. The Roaring Twenties, with its economic boom, Prohibition-era excess, and celebration of new money, created an environment where ambitious men could reinvent themselves and where skepticism was often overwhelmed by the desire for easy wealth. Lustig moved between New York, Chicago, and other major cities, adapting his approach to this new environment. The aftermath of World War I had left the European continent in a state of economic distress. France, in particular, was struggling with massive war debts and the enormous cost of reconstruction. The French franc was unstable, inflation was rising, and public institutions were under financial strain. These conditions created an atmosphere of uncertainty and opportunism, the perfect backdrop for a man of Lustig's talents. It was in this environment that he began to conceive of what would become his most audacious scheme. Lustig's preparation for his cons was always meticulous. He understood that appearance was crucial to establishing credibility. He dressed impeccably, typically in bespoke suits that signaled wealth without ostentation. His manner was polished but restrained, suggesting old money rather than nouveau riche. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone born to privilege, and his accommodations were always at the finest hotels. These details created a coherent persona that few thought to question. The psychology behind Lustig's success reveals much about human nature. He instinctively understood that most people wish to believe they are exceptionally perceptive, that they can recognize opportunity where others cannot. He played to this vanity by making his marks feel like insiders, privy to exclusive information or opportunities. Furthermore, he recognized that greed often overwhelms caution. The promise of extraordinary returns could silence the inner voice of skepticism in even the most prudent individual. By the mid-1920s, Lustig had refined his approach to an art form. He had developed a set of rules for the successful confidence man, which he reportedly kept written in a small notebook. Among these maxims was the observation that the wealthier the potential victim, the easier they were to deceive, as rich men often believed themselves too clever to be fooled. Another insight was the importance of never appearing hurried. Patience was essential, as rushing might arouse suspicion. The social context of post-war Europe contributed significantly to Lustig's success. The old certainties had been shattered by the war, creating a more cynical worldview where cutting corners and bending rules seemed increasingly acceptable. Government corruption was widely assumed, particularly in France, where political scandals regularly made headlines. In this environment, Lustig's tales of insider deals and official malfeasance seemed entirely plausible to his targets. Paris in 1925 was a city of contrasts. Its beautiful boulevards and iconic monuments stood alongside neighborhoods still bearing the economic scars of war. The city government struggled with limited budgets, and maintenance of public structures was often deferred. The Eiffel Tower, built as a temporary structure for the 1889 World's Fair, was showing signs of age. Newspapers occasionally speculated about its future, and whether the cost of upkeep was justifiable in difficult economic times. It was during a visit to Paris in the spring of 1925 that Lustig's attention was drawn to a small newspaper article discussing the maintenance challenges facing the Eiffel Tower. The article mentioned that repairs were becoming increasingly expensive and briefly speculated about the tower's future. To most readers, this was merely an item of passing interest, but to Lustig, it was inspiration. If there were public discussions about the tower's maintenance costs, perhaps a story about its dismantling might seem credible. Lustig began his research immediately. He visited the tower several times, observing its condition and the surrounding area. He collected newspaper articles about Parisian budget issues and the challenges of maintaining aging infrastructure. He familiarized himself with the names and positions of relevant government officials. He studied the protocols and letterhead of French government ministries. Each detail was carefully noted and incorporated into his developing plan. The America that Lustig had left temporarily behind was experiencing the height of the Jazz Age. Prohibition had created a thriving underground economy, and organized crime was becoming increasingly sophisticated. While the confidence schemes Lustig practiced were illegal, they seemed almost genteel compared to the violent methods of bootleggers and racketeers. Nevertheless, his time in America had taught him valuable lessons about operating in the shadows and identifying promising targets. As Lustig developed his Eiffel Tower scheme, he recognized the need for an accomplice, someone to provide verification and support without drawing attention away from himself. He recruited Dan Collins, another confidence man with whom he had worked previously. Collins was reliable and understood the importance of playing a supporting role. In the complex performance Lustig was planning, Collins would serve as a necessary but unobtrusive second act. The socio-economic landscape of 1920s France created ideal conditions for Lustig's scheme. The nouveau riche scrap metal dealers, who would become his targets, had emerged from the war with significant wealth but limited social acceptance. Many had made their fortunes buying and selling metal from abandoned war machinery and damaged infrastructure. They were eager for opportunities to enhance both their wealth and social standing, making them particularly vulnerable to approaches that promised both financial gain and connections to government officials. During this period, the French bureaucracy was notorious for its complexity and opacity. Business dealings with the government frequently involved mysterious processes, unexpected fees, and the strong implication that certain palms needed to be greased. This widespread acceptance of corruption as a normal part of doing business would make Lustig's suggestion of an under-the-table deal seem unremarkable to his targets. As spring turned to early summer in 1925, Lustig completed his preparations. He had high-quality stationery printed with the official letterhead of the Ministry of Posts and Telegraphs. He had business cards created identifying himself as the Deputy Director General of the Ministry. He rented a suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, one of Paris's most prestigious addresses, where government officials might plausibly conduct sensitive business meetings. The stage was set for what would become his most famous confidence scheme, the Parisian scheme and aftermath. Paris in the 1920s shimmered with possibility. The City of Light had emerged from the Great War wounded but alive, its streets filled with artists, expatriates, and opportunists drawn to its enduring glamour. The Eiffel Tower, once controversial, had become the defining symbol of the city's skyline. Standing 984 feet tall, its iron lattice work caught the morning light and the evening shadows, a monument that had transcended its temporary origins to become eternal. Into this setting stepped Victor Lustig, a man whose elegant appearance and impeccable manners disguised one of the most audacious criminal minds of the century. The spring of 1925 found Lustig at the Hôtel de Crillon, one of Paris's finest establishments. The morning ritual began with Lustig carefully dressed in a tailored suit, his shoes polished to a mirror finish. He unfolded his newspaper, Le Matin, and a small article caught his practiced eye. The piece mentioned that the Eiffel Tower was showing signs of serious disrepair. Maintenance costs were becoming prohibitive. City officials were struggling with the expense of upkeep. Lustig lowered the newspaper, his mind already assembling the framework of a scheme so bold it would eventually secure his place in criminal history. The tower had been built as a temporary structure for the 1889 World's Fair, intended to stand for only 20 years. Though it had surpassed that lifespan, many Parisians still regarded it as an eyesore. The post-war economic climate had created uncertainty about many things, including the future of expensive monuments. Lustig recognized in these circumstances the perfect convergence of plausibility and opportunity. If the government was indeed concerned about maintenance costs, then perhaps, just perhaps, they might consider selling the tower for scrap. And if they would not actually sell it, Lustig reasoned, he could certainly convince someone that they would. Within days, Lustig had procured official-looking stationery from the Ministry of Posts and Telegraphs. With meticulous attention to detail, he crafted letters to 5 of the city's most prominent scrap metal dealers. The letter, bearing an impressive government seal and signature, invited each dealer to the Hôtel de Crillon for a confidential business meeting of the utmost importance. The tone was formal, authoritative, suggesting government business of a sensitive nature. Lustig understood that exclusivity and secrecy were powerful lures. The dealers, intrigued by the mysterious summons, All accepted the invitation. On the appointed day, Lustig transformed a suite at the Crillon into a makeshift government office. He greeted each dealer with the practiced ease of a government official accustomed to power. The men seated themselves around a polished table as Lustig cleared his throat and began to speak in measured tones. The government, he explained, had made a difficult decision. The Eiffel Tower, beloved as it was, had become structurally unsound. The cost of repairs was prohibitive in the current economy. After lengthy closed-door meetings, officials had decided to sell the tower for scrap metal. For reasons of public sentiment, this decision was being handled with the utmost discretion. The dealers listened with increasing interest as Lustig outlined the opportunity before them. The tower contained over 7,000 tons of high-quality puddled iron. Its dismantling would be a complex operation requiring expertise and discretion. The government needed a reliable contractor who could handle the job efficiently and with minimal public disruption. Bids would be accepted, but the entire matter must remain confidential until an official announcement. As Lustig spoke, he carefully observed each man's reaction, noting which one seemed most engaged, most vulnerable to suggestion. His eye settled on André Poisson, who leaned forward with particular intensity. Poisson was newer to the scrap metal business than the others. Somewhat insecure about his standing in Parisian business circles, he seemed especially eager to secure a deal that would establish his reputation. After the meeting concluded, Lustig arranged to meet privately with each dealer to discuss specific terms. When Poisson's turn came, Lustig subtly adapted his approach. He spoke of the technical challenges, the potential profits, the prestige of being selected for such a historically significant project. Throughout their conversation, Lustig noted Poisson's growing excitement, the way the man calculated figures in his notebook with increasing enthusiasm. The following day, Lustig requested another private meeting with Poisson. This time, his demeanor subtly shifted. Looking troubled, he confided in Poisson that there was something he needed to discuss. His salary as a government minister, Lustig sighed, was inadequate for the lifestyle expected of someone in his position. The implication hung in the air between them. Poisson, no stranger to Parisian business practices, immediately understood. This was not merely a business transaction, but an opportunity to develop a valuable government connection. If securing the contract required some additional compensation for the minister, Poisson was prepared to oblige. The bribe sealed Poisson's fate. By accepting Lustig's corrupt proposition, Poisson had compromised his own moral standing. He could hardly report any suspicions later without implicating himself. The next morning, Poisson arrived at the hotel with a cashier's check for the purchase price and an envelope containing additional funds for Lustig personally. The con artist provided an elaborate bill of sale, complete with government seals and ribbons. The two men shook hands, Lustig expressing confidence that Poisson would execute the dismantling project with the professionalism it deserved. That afternoon, Lustig and his assistant, dapper Dan Collins, boarded the first-class carriage of a train bound for Vienna. As the French countryside blurred past the window, Lustig allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had just sold the Eiffel Tower for a considerable sum. The scheme had unfolded perfectly, each element precisely calibrated to exploit human psychology. The false government credentials, the confidential meeting with multiple bidders to create an atmosphere of competition, the selective targeting of Poisson as the ideal mark, the masterstroke of the bribe which ensured the victim's silence. Now safely on his way to Vienna, Lustig anticipated Poisson's gradual realization that he had been deceived. Days passed. Lustig scanned the Parisian newspapers delivered to his Viennese hotel, expecting to find headlines announcing the audacious fraud. Yet nothing appeared, no public outcry, no police bulletins. The silence puzzled him. Had Poisson somehow managed to resell his fraudulent rights before discovering the deception? Was the embarrassed businessman simply concealing his humiliation? Whatever the explanation, the absence of consequences led Lustig to a breathtaking conclusion. If the scheme had worked once, perhaps it could work again. Within a month, Lustig returned to Paris to repeat his performance with a new group of dealers. This time, however, his mark reported the suspicious proposal to the police. Lustig narrowly escaped Paris before the authorities could apprehend him. The second attempt, while unsuccessful, demonstrated both his extraordinary confidence and his fatal hubris. The Eiffel Tower con brought him no legal consequences, but it gradually became the story that defined him in the lore of great swindlers. His career continued with impressive longevity. He crossed the Atlantic to America, where he executed a series of confidence schemes involving counterfeit money, fake investment opportunities, and elaborate real estate frauds. His success relied on the same careful observation of human nature that had served him in Paris. In Depression-era America, Lustig found fertile ground for his talents. He partnered with a chemist named Tom Shaw to create a money box that supposedly printed perfect $100 bills. In reality, the box concealed a few genuine bills that would emerge after the chemical process was complete. After selling these devices for thousands of dollars each, Lustig and Shaw graduated to actually counterfeiting currency. For years, their operation flooded American cities with remarkably convincing fake bills. The Secret Service considered Lustig one of their most wanted fugitives, but he remained elusive, changing identities and locations with practiced ease. All confidence schemes eventually collapse. For Lustig, the end began with a romantic entanglement. After a disagreement with his mistress, she vindictively reported him to federal authorities. In 1935, Lustig was arrested for counterfeiting. Even then, his talent for deception nearly saved him. While in custody awaiting trial, he managed to escape through an elaborate ruse involving a bedsheet rope and an impersonation of a prison guard. The freedom proved temporary. Recaptured, Lustig was sentenced to 20 years in the federal penitentiary at Alcatraz Island, the prison designed for America's most dangerous and escape-prone criminals. The man who had lived by his wits, charming his way through Europe's finest hotels and restaurants, now found himself confined to a small cell in America's most secure prison. The isolation of Alcatraz, surrounded by the cold currents of San Francisco Bay, offered no opportunity for the social manipulation that had been Lustig's stock in trade. His health deteriorated rapidly in confinement. In 1947, suffering from pneumonia, Lustig died in the medical facility at the Federal Medical Center in Springfield, Missouri. His death certificate listed his occupation as apprentice salesman, perhaps the only understatement in his remarkable career of deception. The construction of the Great Wall of China. The early walls and warring states, long before the Great Wall of China stood as the imposing stone dragon we recognize today. Ancient Chinese kingdoms erected primitive defensive barriers against northern nomadic tribes. These early fortifications emerged during the turbulent spring and autumn period, 774-76 BCE, when competing states sought protection from both foreign invaders and neighboring rivals. The notion of wall building as defense was not yet unified into a single concept, but rather represented scattered attempts by individual states to secure their territories in a fractured political landscape. The earliest recorded walls date to the 7th century BCE, when the state of Chu built earthen barriers to defend against incursions. These rudimentary structures consisted primarily of tamped earth pounded into wooden frames until it hardened into a solid barricade. Workers labored endlessly under the harsh sun, their backs bent as they carried baskets of soil and clay to the construction sites. The primitive engineering relied on human strength rather than architectural innovation. Yet these humble beginnings would eventually inspire one of humanity's most ambitious building projects. As centuries passed, other states followed Chu's example. The northern kingdom of Yan, particularly vulnerable to raids from horse-mounted warriors of the steppes, constructed extensive fortifications along its frontier. The state of Zhao similarly built walls to protect its northern border, while Wei erected barriers along the Yellow River. By the 5th century BCE, defensive walls had become a common feature across northern China, though they remained disconnected and varied greatly in quality and design, according to local resources and the urgency of the threats faced. The construction methods evolved through necessity and experience. Workers discovered that by mixing clay soil with gravel and reed, they could create a more resilient material capable of withstanding both weather and basic siege weapons. These walls typically stood between 15 and 20 feet high, with watchtowers positioned at regular intervals. Guards would maintain vigilant patrols, their silhouettes visible against the vast horizons as they scanned the distant plains for approaching danger. Signal fires stood ready to be lit, creating a primitive communication system that could rapidly alert nearby garrisons to impending attacks. The true transformation in wall building occurred during the tumultuous Warring States period, 475 to 221 BCE, when 7 major powers engaged in ever-escalating conflicts for supremacy. This era of intense military competition drove significant advancements in defensive architecture. The constant threat of invasion compelled rulers to invest enormous resources in border fortifications. State treasuries emptied as thousands of laborers were conscripted for these massive engineering projects, often working under brutal conditions that claimed countless lives through exhaustion, malnutrition, and accidents. The logistics of wall construction during this period were staggering. Supply lines stretched for hundreds of miles to deliver food, water, and building materials to remote construction sites. Administrators developed complex systems to manage the workforce, organize supply depots, and maintain consistent building standards across vast distances. The walls themselves grew more sophisticated, incorporating features like crenellations for archers, wider walkways for troop movements, and more strategic placement to take advantage of natural terrain features such as mountain ridges and river gorges. The most ambitious pre-imperial wall builder was the state of Yan. Facing persistent threats from nomadic peoples like the Donghu, the rulers of Yan committed extraordinary resources to their defensive system. Their northern wall eventually stretched over 1,000 li, approximately 300 miles, requiring a level of organization previously unseen in Chinese engineering projects. Armies of laborers moved like human ants across the landscape, transforming the earth itself into a barrier against the horsemen of the steppes. The state of Zhao similarly invested heavily in wall construction, particularly after suffering devastating raids from the nomadic Xiongnu. The Zhao walls incorporated innovative defensive features, including double ramparts in vulnerable sections, and an early version of the garrison system that would later become standard along the Ming Dynasty wall. Soldiers and their families established semi-permanent communities at key points along the wall, creating military colonies that served both as defensive positions and as transmitters of Chinese cultural influence into the borderlands. By the late Warring States period, 3 major defensive wall systems dominated northern China, those of the states of Yan, Zhao, and Qin. Each reflected different approaches to the shared problem of border security. The Yan walls emphasized length and coverage, seeking to establish a complete barrier. The Zhao system focused on strength at strategic points rather than continuity. The rising state of Qin, which would eventually conquer all others, built walls that demonstrated their growing technological and organizational advantages. Life for the common people living in the shadow of these walls was profoundly shaped by their presence. Villages near wall sections often served as supply depots, their economies oriented around providing food, tools, and replacement workers for the construction and garrison efforts. Family structures adapted to the constant demands for labor, with women taking on additional agricultural responsibilities, while men were conscripted for wall building or guard duty. Local folklore from this period contains numerous tales of separation and hardship related to the long walls that divided families and communities. The walls themselves became cultural boundaries as much as physical ones. Within their protection, Chinese agricultural civilization flourished, with its characteristic patterns of intensive farming, hierarchical social structures, and Confucian values. Beyond the walls roamed nomadic peoples with entirely different ways of life, built around herding, horsemanship, and seasonal migration. The walls thus came to represent not merely military defenses, but the very definition of what was considered Chinese civilization versus the barbarian outer world. Archaeological evidence reveals the primitive nature of these early walls compared to their later iterations. Excavations show foundations of rammed earth mixed with straw and gravel, occasionally reinforced with wooden frames. Many sections were no more than 15 feet wide at the base, tapering to perhaps 8 feet at the top. Significant structures, but far less imposing than what would come later. Guard posts were simple wooden platforms, vulnerable to fire and weather. Yet despite their limitations, these walls effectively defined territorial boundaries and channeled nomadic movements into more predictable and defensible approaches. The environmental impact of these construction projects was considerable. Forests were cleared for miles around construction sites to provide timber for scaffolding, frames, and watchtowers. Local clay deposits were exhausted, forcing workers to travel ever-increasing distances to gather suitable soil. Rivers were diverted to provide water for mixing earth and clay. The landscape itself was transformed as hills were leveled and valleys filled to create suitable foundations. These ecological changes would only accelerate in subsequent dynasties as wall building continued on an even larger scale. The political significance of the walls extended beyond mere defense. For rulers, wall construction demonstrated their power to mobilize resources and labor on an unprecedented scale. The walls became symbols of state authority and technological prowess. They also served practical administrative functions, controlling population movements, regulating trade, and facilitating tax collection. Border markets emerged at gates along the walls where Chinese merchants could trade with nomadic peoples under controlled conditions, exchanging agricultural products and manufactured goods for horses, furs, and other steppe resources. As the Warring States period progressed toward its climactic conclusion, the state of Qin began to demonstrate superior organizational capacity in all aspects of governance and warfare, including wall construction. Under the leadership of King Zheng, who would later become Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Qin armies conquered rival states one by one, absorbing their territories and defensive structures. With each victory, Qin engineers studied and incorporated the most effective elements of captured wall systems, gradually developing standardized construction techniques that would later be applied on a continental scale. The intellectual climate of this period directly influenced wall construction through advances in mathematics, logistics, and administrative theory. The philosophical school, known as legalism, which emphasized strict laws and efficient organization, provided the theoretical framework for managing the massive labor forces required for wall building. Military strategists like Sun Tzu contributed concepts about defensive positioning that informed the placement of walls and watchtowers. Even Confucian scholars, despite their general preference for moral suasion over physical barriers, developed administrative systems that made large-scale construction projects possible. The human cost of these early walls remained largely unrecorded by contemporary historians, who focused primarily on the achievements of rulers rather than the suffering of common laborers. Yet archaeological evidence tells a grim story. Mass graves discovered near ancient wall sections contain the remains of workers who died during construction, their bones showing signs of malnutrition and repetitive stress injuries. Forensic analysis indicates many were young men between 15 and 30, their lives cut short by the brutal demands of imperial ambition. Weather posed constant challenges to both construction and maintenance. Summer monsoons turned construction sites into mud pits, while winter temperatures in the northern regions froze the ground solid, making excavation nearly impossible for months at a time. Workers developed seasonal rhythms, focusing on different aspects of construction according to the weather. Spring and autumn saw the most active building periods. Summer was devoted to earth moving and preparation, while winter often involved transporting materials and reinforcing existing structures against the damage caused by freezing and thawing cycles. The Ming Dynasty and the wall we know today. The sun rises over the gently rolling hills of northern China, casting long shadows over what is perhaps humanity's most ambitious architectural undertaking. As the morning light creeps across the undulating structure that seems to dance along the ridgelines, we find ourselves in the early years of the Ming Dynasty, around 1368 CE. The previous Yuan dynasty, established by the Mongols under Kublai Khan, has collapsed after nearly a century of rule, and the Ming Dynasty founder Zhu Yuanzhang, known as the Hongwu Emperor, faces the enormous task of rebuilding a fractured nation. The Ming Dynasty's approach to the Great Wall represents a fundamental shift in Chinese defensive strategy. While earlier dynasties had built walls, the Qin, Han, and Northern Wei among them, none would match the scale and ambition of what the Ming rulers envisioned. The early Ming emperors initially followed a more aggressive military stance, launching campaigns against the northern Mongol tribes. But by the late 15th century, this offensive strategy proved increasingly costly and ineffective against the mobile horse-riding nomads who could simply retreat into the vast steppes when confronted. The landscape across northern China presents a tapestry of diverse geography: jagged mountains, flat plains, river valleys, and desert fringes. This varied terrain had always presented unique challenges for wall builders. In some regions, builders incorporated natural barriers like steep ridges and cliffs into the wall's design, while in others, they needed to construct formidable structures from scratch across vulnerable flatlands. The Ming approach to wall building would ultimately span approximately 500 miles, from the eastern shores at Shanhaiguan on the Yellow Sea to Jiayuguan in the Gobi Desert. By the time of the Yongle Emperor, who ruled from 1402 to 1424, the decision to revitalize and dramatically expand the wall system gained momentum. The Ming walls were not built as a single cohesive project, but rather represented an evolving defensive network constructed over 2 centuries. Each section reflected the particular threats, materials, and terrain of its location. The process began with surveys of older wall sections from previous dynasties, many of which had fallen into severe disrepair after centuries of neglect during the Yuan period. Ming engineers developed sophisticated construction techniques that would allow their walls to endure for centuries. Unlike earlier iterations that often used packed earth and simple stone, the Ming walls featured solid granite blocks for the foundation, with kiln-fired bricks forming the upper portions. The typical wall stood 25 to 30 feet high and measured 15 to 30 feet wide at the base, narrowing to 12 feet at the top, wide enough for 5 horses or 10 soldiers to march abreast. The impressive dimensions created not just a barrier, but a military highway that could rapidly deploy troops to threatened sections. The logistics of the wall's construction strained modern comprehension. Millions of workers, soldiers, convicted criminals, conscripted peasants, and hired laborers participated in building the wall over generations. The work camps stretched across the northern frontier, temporary cities housing thousands. Construction teams developed specialized roles. Quarrymen extracted stone from mountainsides. Kiln workers fired millions of bricks. And transportation crews moved materials to remote construction sites using mules, oxen, and human porters. Materials for the wall came primarily from local sources to minimize transportation challenges. In mountain regions, workers quarried granite and limestone from nearby peaks. In flatter areas where stone was scarce, they established brick factories using local clay and straw mixed into forms and fired in temporary kilns built alongside the construction path. The bricks themselves became technological marvels, weighing about 12 pounds each and made from a mixture of clay and lime, with rice paste added in some regions to increase durability. The human cost of constructing the wall reaches almost unimaginable proportions. Historical records and archaeological evidence suggest that hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, perished during the construction. Workers suffered from exhaustion, malnutrition, accidents, and disease. The harsh northern climate added to their misery. Scorching summers gave way to bitterly cold winters, with temperatures plunging well below freezing. Many construction sites operated year-round, even through the most extreme weather conditions. Folk tales speak of bodies buried within the wall itself, though modern archaeology has found limited evidence for this practice. The wall we see today represents primarily the Ming construction, though even that contains multiple phases and rebuilding efforts. Early Ming sections from the late 14th century appear notably different from those built in the 16th century when techniques had evolved. The most extensively restored sections that attract millions of tourists today, such as Badaling and Mutianyu near Beijing, showcase the wall at its architectural pinnacle, with elaborate watchtowers, stairways, drainage systems, and defensive features perfected through centuries of military engineering. Watchtowers formed the communication backbone of the wall system, spaced roughly 2 arrow flights apart between 100 and 200 yards, creating a line-of-sight network. These structures served multiple functions: observation posts, signal stations, barracks, and storage facilities. The most sophisticated towers featured multiple levels, intricate brick archways, and various defensive adaptations. Smoke signals by day and fire beacons by night allowed rapid communication along the wall's length, with messages potentially traveling hundreds of miles within hours through this early warning system. The garrison life along the wall created its own distinct culture. Soldiers typically served lengthy deployments of several years, living in isolated frontier outposts with their families. Military colonies developed where soldiers cultivated nearby land to supplement their rations and pay. Archaeological excavations have uncovered evidence of daily life: cooking utensils, game pieces, musical instruments, and personal items that humanize these ancient defenders. Their duties included regular patrols, maintenance work, signal operation, and of course, defensive combat when nomadic raiders appeared. By the mid-16th century, during the reign of the Jiajing Emperor, the wall reached its most extensive development. The system included not just the main wall, but an elaborate network of complementary fortifications, forward outposts, secondary barriers, moats, trenches, and beacon tower networks extending beyond the wall itself. Military planners created defense in depth, with multiple fallback positions and overlapping fields of fire from crossbows and early firearms. The wall became more than a physical barrier. It functioned as an integrated military system representing the height of pre-modern defensive technology. The Ming designers incorporated remarkable architectural innovations into their wall. The crenellated parapets featured distinctive notches and raised portions, allowing defenders to fire arrows while remaining protected. Many sections included subtle outward angles in the wall's face, creating deflective surfaces that made scaling more difficult. Engineers integrated sophisticated drainage systems to prevent rainwater from undermining foundations, with drainage spouts and channels carved directly through the stone. Garrison gates often featured multiple chambers and right-angle turns, creating defensive choke points that could trap attackers between sets of heavy wooden doors. Despite the wall's impressive scale, historical evidence suggests its effectiveness as a purely military barrier remained limited. Determined Mongol raiders frequently circumvented the wall, finding gaps or weakly defended sections. The true value lay in its integrated military purpose, slowing invaders, directing them toward prepared defensive positions, providing early warning through signal systems, and serving as a protected transportation route for counterattacking forces. The wall functioned less as an impenetrable barrier and more as a comprehensive border control system that shaped and channeled conflict in ways favorable to the Ming defenders. The Ming commitment to wall building represented an enormous financial burden on the imperial treasury. Historical records indicate that during peak construction periods in the 16th century, wall expenses consumed nearly two-thirds of imperial military spending. This massive allocation of resources reflected not just strategic thinking, but cultural values. The wall embodied Chinese civilization's self-definition against the barbarian nomadic cultures beyond. The physical barrier represented a philosophical boundary between agricultural society and nomadic lifestyles, between what the Chinese considered civilization and chaos. Environmental impacts of wall construction transformed entire landscapes. Forests were cleared for building materials and to eliminate cover for potential attackers. Quarrying operations scarred mountainsides. Rivers were diverted to supply construction sites and moats. The scale of earth movement rivaled natural geological processes in some regions. Yet in a paradoxical twist of history, these human-caused disruptions eventually created new ecosystems, as the wall itself became habitat for various plant and animal species. The wall's stone face provided crevices for adaptive vegetation, while its long, relatively undisturbed corridor allowed some wildlife populations to flourish. By the late Ming period, in the early 17th century, the dynasty faced mounting crises that would ultimately prove more dangerous than northern nomads. Internal rebellion, economic decline, natural disasters, and corruption weakened the state from within. The magnificent wall, for all its grandeur, could not address these internal threats. When the Ming finally fell in 1644, it was not primarily due to nomadic invasion, but rather internal collapse, followed by the Manchu conquest that established the Qing dynasty. In history's ultimate irony, the Manchus, themselves a northern semi-nomadic people, now ruled from within the very walls designed to keep their ancestors out. The Qing dynasty's approach to the Great Wall differed fundamentally from their Ming predecessors. As rulers whose origins lay beyond the wall, they placed less emphasis on maintaining the structure as a defensive barrier. Many sections fell into disrepair during the Qing period, with stones and bricks repurposed by local populations for housing and other construction. The wall's military significance diminished as the Qing Empire expanded its borders far beyond the wall's line through diplomatic and military means, incorporating Mongolia and other northern territories into their domain. The Great Wall entered a period of physical decline, but cultural ascendance during the 18th and 19th centuries. European travelers began bringing accounts of the Chinese Wall to Western audiences, often embellishing its dimensions and history. The myth that the wall was visible from the moon began during this period, though later space exploration would prove this claim false. The structure increasingly symbolized Chinese civilization itself, ancient, impressive, but crumbling under the weight of tradition as Western colonial powers and technology threatened the old order. Modern China's relationship with the Great Wall transformed dramatically during the 20th century. Early revolutionary thinking often viewed the wall negatively, as a symbol of feudal waste and backward thinking. Mao Zedong himself was initially critical, though he later embraced the wall as a patriotic symbol. The Chinese government began serious conservation efforts in the 1980s, recognizing both the cultural significance and tourism potential. In 1987, UNESCO designated the Great Wall a World Heritage Site, acknowledging its unique place in human architectural achievement. Today, the Great Wall faces new threats: tourism pressure, environmental damage, and urban development. Only about 8% of the Ming Wall remains in good condition, with many remote sections crumbling back into the landscape from which they were built. Conservation efforts focus on balancing preservation with access, using modern technology to monitor structural integrity and environmental impacts. Archaeological work continues to reveal new insights about construction techniques, garrison life, and the wall's historical development across multiple dynasties. As the sun sets over the undulating stone serpent that stretches across the northern horizon, we might reflect on the wall as both triumph and tragedy. It represents human ingenuity, determination, and architectural brilliance, yet also imperial hubris, tremendous suffering, and ultimately strategic limitations. The Great Wall stands as humanity's largest single-building project, a structure whose construction spanned millennia and whose cultural significance transcends its military purpose. In its weathered stones and crumbling watchtowers, we find the physical embodiment of China's long civilization, its aspirations, fears, and enduring presence in human history. The life of Leonardo da Vinci, the Florentine apprentice, in the gentle hills of Tuscany, as the morning mist rose from the Arno River in the spring of 1452, a child was born who would one day be known simply by his first name, a rare honor in the annals of history. Leonardo was born on April 15th in the small town of Vinci, nestled among the verdant slopes where olive groves and vineyards traced patterns across the countryside. The illegitimate son of a respected notary named Ser Piero da Vinci and a peasant woman called Caterina, Leonardo entered a world on the cusp of tremendous change, though none could have predicted the role he would play in that transformation. The circumstances of his birth, while potentially stigmatizing in another context, seemed to matter little in the fluid social fabric of Renaissance Italy, where talent increasingly trumped the circumstances of one's origins. Leonardo spent his earliest years in Vinci, a place of rustic beauty where the natural world unfolded before his curious eyes. The rolling hills, the play of light through olive leaves, the flight of birds, and the flow of water. All these elements would later manifest in his art and scientific inquiries, evidence of his lifelong practice of careful observation. Those who encountered the young Leonardo noted his striking physical appearance. Tall and well-proportioned, with finely chiseled features framed by curling hair, he possessed a physical grace that matched his intellectual gifts. His contemporaries would later remark on his tremendous physical strength, his ability to bend horseshoes with his bare hands, and his gentle manner that seemed at odds with such power. But it was the intensity of his gaze that most affected those who met him, eyes that seemed to take in everything, analyzing and categorizing the visual information with extraordinary precision. Leonardo's childhood unfolded in a household where his status was complex. His father acknowledged him, but soon married a woman of his own social standing. Young Leonardo lived primarily with his grandfather, Antonio, and his uncle Francesco, developing a close relationship with his surroundings rather than with a conventional family structure. Perhaps this early detachment contributed to the independence of mind that would characterize his later work, allowing him to see the world without the filter of established conventions. The natural world became his most consistent companion and teacher. By all accounts, Leonardo received only a rudimentary formal education. He learned basic reading, writing, and arithmetic, but had little exposure to the classical languages of Latin and Greek that formed the cornerstone of humanistic education in his era. This lack would later be both a limitation and, paradoxically, a freedom. He would approach knowledge through direct observation rather than through the filter of ancient texts. His mind, unfettered by excessive deference to classical authority, would chart its own course through the mysteries of nature and human experience. In these formative years, what became apparent was Leonardo's extraordinary visual acuity and manual dexterity. He could reproduce with precision what he observed, a gift that did not go unnoticed. When Leonardo was about 14 years old, his father, recognizing these unusual talents, arranged for his son to enter the workshop of Andrea del Verrocchio in Florence. This decision would set in motion one of the most remarkable apprenticeships in the history of art, placing the young man from Vinci at the center of artistic innovation in the most dynamic city of the Italian Renaissance. Florence, in the 1460s, pulsed with creative energy. The city had emerged from the medieval period as a vibrant republic where banking, commerce, and artisanship flourished under the subtle guidance of the Medici family. The streets were alive with the sound of artisans at work, philosophers engaged in debate, and merchants conducting business from around the known world. Churches and palaces commissioned artworks that glorified both God and the city's growing wealth and self-confidence. The revival of classical learning coexisted with new approaches to understanding the natural world through direct observation. At the heart of this cultural ferment stood the workshops of master craftsmen, where the next generation learned their trade. Verrocchio's bottega was among the most prestigious in Florence, a veritable laboratory of artistic innovation, where painting, sculpture, metalwork, and engineering problems were addressed with equal seriousness. When Leonardo entered this environment around 1466, he encountered a comprehensive approach to visual art that treated it not merely as decoration, but as a form of knowledge, a perspective that would profoundly shape his own developing world view. Andrea del Verrocchio himself embodied the Renaissance ideal of the multi-talented artist. A goldsmith by early training, he had developed into one of Florence's most accomplished sculptors and painters. His workshop produced everything from delicate jewelry and decorative objects to monumental bronze sculptures and altar paintings. Verrocchio approached these varied projects with a scientific mindset, studying anatomy, investigating the properties of materials, and developing techniques to solve visual and technical problems. In him, Leonardo found a mentor whose methods would validate and expand his own natural inclinations. The workshop itself was a bustling communal space where apprentices learned by doing, progressing gradually from grinding pigments and preparing panels to more complex tasks. Leonardo, despite his late start compared to many apprentices who began their training as young as 7 or 8, quickly distinguished himself. His manual skill was exceptional, and his understanding of the theoretical aspects of art, perspective, proportion, the behavior of light, developed with remarkable speed. Fellow apprentices, some of whom would themselves become significant artists, watched with a mixture of admiration and unease as the newcomer mastered in weeks what took others months to grasp. Leonardo's apprenticeship coincided with a crucial period in the development of Renaissance art. The first generation of innovators like Masaccio, Donatello, and Brunelleschi had established new principles of naturalism, perspective, and classical inspiration. Now, artists were refining these achievements, developing more sophisticated understandings of human anatomy, more subtle techniques for rendering light and atmosphere, and more complex narrative and emotional content. Leonardo absorbed these lessons while quietly beginning to imagine possibilities that extended beyond even these recent innovations. The daily routine of the workshop immersed the young apprentice in every aspect of artistic production. Mornings might find him preparing surfaces, stretching canvas, applying gesso to wooden panels, or burnishing gold leaf. Afternoons could be devoted to drawing exercises, mixing pigments, or assisting the master with ongoing commissions. The workshop kept samples of body parts cast from life, hands, feet, faces, that apprentices would draw repeatedly until they understood their structure and could reproduce them from memory. Leonardo's drawings of these standard subjects soon revealed an eye that saw more deeply than his peers. While technical skill formed the foundation of workshop training, the intellectual atmosphere of Florence penetrated even these practical spaces. Artists were increasingly viewed not as mere craftsmen, but as educated contributors to civic and intellectual life. The Medici circle included philosophers, poets, and humanist scholars whose ideas filtered throughout Florentine society. Verrocchio moved in these elevated circles, and his workshop reflected this more sophisticated conception of the artist's role. Here, Leonardo began to absorb the Neoplatonic ideas, humanist values, and classical references that would inform his later work. The physical surroundings of Florence offered constant visual stimulation for the developing artist. The city's architecture, from the soaring dome of the cathedral, engineered by Brunelleschi, to the perfect proportions of Alberti's palace facades, demonstrated how mathematical principles could generate visual harmony. Public spaces displayed sculptures by masters like Donatello, whose innovative approach to classical themes and anatomical realism set new standards for three-dimensional art. In churches and private chapels, fresco cycles by artists like Masaccio and Fra Angelico revealed the emotional and narrative potential of painting. As was customary in Renaissance workshops, Leonardo's earliest artistic contributions came through collaboration rather than independent work. Apprentices typically executed background elements or secondary figures in the master's compositions, gradually taking on more significant portions as their skills developed. Art historians have identified Leonardo's hand in several of Verrocchio's paintings from this period, most famously in the Baptism of Christ, where Leonardo is believed to have painted one of the angels and possibly the distant landscape. Even in these limited contributions, a distinctive sensibility was emerging. Beyond the specific techniques of drawing, painting, and sculpture, Leonardo's apprenticeship exposed him to a wide range of related crafts and sciences. Verrocchio's workshop handled commissions that required knowledge of metallurgy, engineering, architecture, and even theatrical design for civic festivals. This interdisciplinary approach resonated deeply with Leonardo's wide-ranging curiosity. He began to see connections between seemingly disparate fields of knowledge, how the study of water currents might inform the rendering of flowing hair, or how anatomical understanding could improve the design of mechanical devices. During these formative years, Leonardo began his lifelong practice of keeping notebooks. Using the mirror writing that would become his trademark, perhaps initially as a practical measure to avoid smudging ink with his left hand, he recorded observations, sketched ideas, and copied information he wished to remember. These early notebooks, most of which have been lost to time, likely contained the seeds of interests that would occupy him for decades. The flight of birds, the movement of water, proportions of the human body, and mechanisms that might harness natural forces. As his apprenticeship progressed, Leonardo's relationship with Verrocchio evolved. The master recognized the exceptional talent in his workshop and gradually gave Leonardo more responsibility and creative freedom. Yet signs of tension occasionally surfaced. Later accounts suggest that Verrocchio, upon seeing the angel Leonardo painted in the Baptism of Christ, was so struck by his apprentice's superior handling of color and form that he resolved never to paint again. While likely apocryphal, the story captures the sense that Leonardo's gifts potentially surpassed those of his teacher. The master and his legacy. The year is 1482, and Leonardo da Vinci arrives in Milan with a letter of introduction to Ludovico Sforza, the Duke of Milan. In his letter, Leonardo barely mentions his artistic abilities. instead focusing on his talents as a military engineer, capable of designing bridges, chariots, catapults, and other machines of war. But fate has other plans for the 30-year-old polymath. Within the bustling cityscape of Renaissance Milan, Leonardo will soon embark on nearly 2 decades of extraordinary creativity. The air is thick with possibility as Leonardo sets up his workshop, his mind already brimming with ideas that will change our understanding of art, science, and the very nature of creativity itself. Leonardo quickly secures patronage from the ambitious Duke Sforza, who recognizes something special in the Florentine artist. The Duke's court buzzes with political intrigue and cultural ambition, providing Leonardo the perfect environment to expand his interests beyond painting. In his new workshop, apprentices gather around the master, watching as he simultaneously works on multiple projects. Leonardo's days in Milan follow a pattern of relentless curiosity. He wakes before dawn, making notes in his distinctive mirror writing that flows from right to left across the page, sketching ideas for flying machines while the morning light gradually fills his workshop. The commission that will occupy Leonardo for years comes in 1495, The Last Supper, painted for the refectory of the convent of Santa Maria delle Grazie. Unlike traditional fresco painters who must work quickly on wet plaster, Leonardo experiments with a new technique that allows him to work more slowly, revising and perfecting his composition. Hour after hour, day after day, Leonardo stands before the wall, sometimes applying only a single brushstroke after a full day of contemplation. Other days, seized by inspiration, he works from dawn until dusk without pausing to eat or drink, completely absorbed in capturing the psychological moment when Christ announces one of the disciples will betray him. The dining hall is quiet except for the soft sounds of Leonardo's brushwork. He studies the faces of local Milanese men to find the perfect expressions for each disciple, sketching countless preliminary studies. For Judas, the betrayer, Leonardo searches Milan for a face that can express the complexity of his character. The composition revolutionizes religious painting, organizing the disciples in dynamic groups of 3, their gestures and expressions revealing their personalities and reactions. Leonardo creates a mathematical harmony in the composition while simultaneously capturing the human drama unfolding at the table. While The Last Supper progresses, Leonardo's mind continuously wanders to other pursuits. His notebooks from this period overflow with anatomical studies, architectural designs, and engineering innovations. In the evenings, by candlelight, he dissects corpses obtained from local hospitals, carefully documenting muscle structures and the networks of veins beneath the skin. He draws the human heart with unprecedented accuracy, theorizing about blood flow nearly a century before William Harvey would officially discover circulation. The pages fill with observations about optics, botany, geology, and hydrodynamics. A Renaissance mind unrestricted by disciplinary boundaries. Leonardo's workshop becomes known throughout Milan, not only for art, but for theatrical productions and engineering marvels. He designs elaborate pageants for the Sforza court, creating mechanical lions that can walk, flowers that open automatically, and celestial displays that leave spectators in wonder. The Duke increasingly relies on Leonardo for civil engineering projects, designs for more efficient canals, defensive structures, and urban planning solutions. Apprentices watch in amazement as the master shifts effortlessly between painting delicate portraits and designing massive architectural structures, all while conducting scientific experiments in the corner of his studio. Among Leonardo's most ambitious projects during this period is the design for a massive equestrian monument honoring Francesco Sforza, Ludovico's father. The bronze horse would be the largest casting of its kind, requiring innovative techniques to produce. Leonardo creates a clay model standing over 20 feet high, working out the engineering challenges of supporting such an enormous structure. The foundry preparations begin, but political winds are shifting. French forces under King Louis XIII threaten Milan, and the bronze intended for Leonardo's horse is repurposed for cannons. the great horse will never be cast, becoming one of history's magnificent might-have-beens. In 1499, the French invasion forces Leonardo to leave Milan as his patron Ludovico Sforza is overthrown. The artist wanders for several years, serving various employers, including the notorious Cesare Borgia, for whom Leonardo works as a military engineer and cartographer. He produces remarkably accurate maps that revolutionize military planning, incorporating topographical elements that give commanders unprecedented strategic information. During these wandering years, Leonardo's notebooks continue to fill with observations and inventions, designs for an early helicopter, studies of birds in flight, and detailed anatomical drawings of the human musculature. Leonardo returns to Florence in 1503, coming into direct artistic competition with the young Michelangelo. The Florentine government commissions both artists to create battle scenes for the council hall, a dramatic artistic duel between two geniuses. Leonardo begins work on the Battle of Anghiari, developing a complex composition capturing the chaos and fury of warfare. Always the experimenter, he again tries new painting techniques that ultimately prove unsuccessful. The colors begin to run, and the masterpiece gradually fades even as he works on it. Nevertheless, copies made by other artists preserve the explosive energy of the design. During this second Florentine period, Leonardo creates one of history's most recognizable paintings, the Mona Lisa. The identity of the woman with the enigmatic smile has sparked centuries of debate, but the technical achievement is undeniable. Leonardo employs his sfumato technique, the delicate blending of light and shadow without distinct lines, to create an almost magical effect. He builds up dozens of thin, nearly transparent layers of paint, creating a depth and luminosity never before achieved. The work progresses slowly over several years, with Leonardo carrying the unfinished panel with him on his travels. Leonardo's anatomical studies reach their peak during this period. By night, in secrecy, he performs human dissections, creating over 240 detailed drawings that represent the most accurate anatomical studies produced before the modern era. He discovers the frontal sinuses, studies the human skull in unprecedented detail, and correctly draws the human spine. His investigations of the heart lead him to discover some of its valves, while his studies of the uterus and developing fetus show a scientific mind centuries ahead of his time. Yet these groundbreaking works remain in his private notebooks, unpublished and unknown to the scientific community for centuries. In 1513, political circumstances lead Leonardo to seek new patronage in Rome, where Raphael and Michelangelo enjoy the favor of Pope Leo X. Despite his genius, Leonardo receives only minor commissions. Perhaps his scientific interests, which some viewed with suspicion, or his notorious difficulty in completing projects made potential patrons wary. Nevertheless, Leonardo continues his scientific studies, particularly focusing on optics and the properties of light. He fills notebooks with observations on the camera obscura, theories of vision, and studies of light and shadow that would influence art and science for generations to come. Throughout these years, Leonardo's workshop continues to attract talented students. Figures like Francesco Melzi and Boltraffio absorb the master's techniques, though none fully grasp the breadth of his vision. Leonardo is a demanding teacher, insisting his students understand not just how to paint, but why natural forms appear as they do. He teaches them to observe the effects of light on different surfaces, the way muscles move beneath skin, and how emotional states manifest in subtle facial expressions. His pedagogical approach combines technical training with scientific understanding, a revolutionary educational method for artists. In 1516, Leonardo accepts an invitation from King Francis I of France, traveling across the Alps to take up residence at the manor house of Clou near the king's summer palace. Now 64 years old, Leonardo brings with him his notebooks and several unfinished paintings, including the Mona Lisa. The French king provides Leonardo with a generous stipend and asks little in return except the pleasure of regular conversations with the aging polymath. Leonardo's right hand, increasingly affected by a partial paralysis, limits his artistic output, but his mind remains as active as ever as he designs plans for an ideal palace and contemplates the mathematical principles underlying cosmic patterns. At Clou, Leonardo undertakes his final significant works of engineering, designing grand royal festivals with elaborate mechanical devices and planning a new palace for the king at Romorantin. The designs include advanced features like double helix staircases and sophisticated plumbing systems. He also continues his studies of water, creating detailed drawings of vortices and fluid dynamics that would not be matched in their accuracy until the advent of high-speed photography. Even as his physical strength diminishes, Leonardo's conceptual work advances, exploring theoretical mathematics and cosmological questions that bridge science, art, and philosophy. On May 2nd, 1519, Leonardo da Vinci dies at Clou, reportedly in the arms of King Francis I, though historians debate this romantic account. He leaves behind thousands of pages of notebooks containing groundbreaking observations in anatomy, engineering, optics, hydrodynamics, geology, and botany. Most of these discoveries will remain unknown for centuries, gradually dispersed among various collections throughout Europe. His artistic output is surprisingly small. Fewer than 20 paintings can be confidently attributed to his hand. Yet their influence on Western art is immeasurable. The Last Supper, despite its deterioration, and the Mona Lisa become defining images of Renaissance accomplishment. Leonardo's legacy defies simple categorization. His paintings revolutionized portraiture and religious art through their psychological depth and technical innovations. His scientific studies, though largely unpublished in his lifetime, anticipated discoveries in multiple fields by centuries. Perhaps most importantly, Leonardo embodied the Renaissance ideal of the universal person, equally comfortable discussing poetry, mathematics, engineering, anatomy, music, and philosophy. In an age increasingly defined by specialization, Leonardo's capacity to see connections between disparate fields of knowledge remains his most inspiring quality. As night falls over Amboise, the candles flicker in Leonardo's chamber at Clou. Outside, the Loire Valley grows quiet under a blanket of stars. The same stars Leonardo studied with such intensity. His notebooks lie open on tables throughout the room, filled with sketches of flying machines, anatomical studies, and designs for buildings that might never be constructed. The master's hand, though weakened, has continued its dance across these pages until the end, recording observations and ideas too numerous for a single lifetime to explore fully. The Renaissance man rests, but his questions continue to resonate through the corridors of human inquiry, inviting us to look more closely at the world and ourselves. The Salem witch trials. A community unravels. In the winter of 1692, as bitter cold gripped the small community of Salem Village in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, no one could have predicted the fear that would soon engulf them. The dark forests surrounding the settlement seemed to hold shadows deeper than mere trees could cast. Salem Village, known today as Danvers, stood separate from the more prosperous Salem town, both geographically and in spirit. The village maintained about 500 inhabitants, most of whom earned their living through agriculture, while Salem town bustled with maritime commerce and worldly connections to distant ports. Winter had always been a time of isolation for New England settlers, when communities turned inward, huddled against the cold and timber-framed houses. Fireplaces pushed back the darkness, but couldn't entirely dispel the shadows that seemed to gather in corners. For the young people of Salem, particularly the girls and young women, winter brought long hours of enforced idleness after the day's chores were completed. The darkness arrived early, and candles were precious, carefully rationed commodities. The settlement that would become the stage for one of America's most infamous episodes had been established only a few decades earlier, with the first English colonists arriving in the area in 1626. These Puritans had crossed the treacherous Atlantic seeking religious freedom, but what they created was not a society of tolerance, but rather one of rigid conformity. The Puritan worldview divided existence cleanly between God's kingdom and Satan's dominion. There was little room for ambiguity in this stark theological landscape. Daily life in Salem village revolved around hard work, prayer, and strict adherence to religious doctrine. The meeting house served as both church and community center, where villagers gathered twice on Sundays for services that could last 3 hours or more. Attendance was mandatory. The sermons delivered by ministers like Samuel Parris frequently emphasized the constant spiritual warfare between good and evil, with Satan's influence believed to be an ever-present danger lurking within the community. The role of religion cannot be overstated in understanding the events that would unfold. The Puritans had developed a particular strand of Protestantism that emphasized predestination, the belief that God had already determined who would achieve salvation. This created a community perpetually anxious about its spiritual standing, constantly searching for signs of divine favor or disfavor. Combined with a literal belief in the devil and his earthly agents, this religious foundation created fertile ground for suspicion and accusation. By 1692, Salem village had already experienced significant internal division. The community had separated from Salem town in 1672, establishing its own church, but remained economically connected and legally subordinate to the larger settlement. This created tensions that manifested in factions within the village itself. One faction supported the recently appointed minister, the Reverend Samuel Parris, while another opposed him, largely over matters of compensation and doctrinal approach. The Reverend Parris had arrived in Salem village in 1689 after a failed career as a merchant in Barbados. He brought with him his wife, children, and 2 servants, Tituba, a woman of Caribbean origin, and John Indian, her husband. Parris's sermons often dwelled on themes of the devil's influence and the community's vulnerability to satanic infiltration. The minister frequently referred to those who opposed him as instruments of Satan, laying theological kindling for the fire that would soon ignite. Economic pressures also contributed to the community's fragility. Salem village represented an agricultural economy increasingly at odds with the mercantile prosperity of Salem town. Land disputes were common, with families often entangled in disagreements that spanned generations. Properties that had once seemed spacious now felt constrained as families grew and land was divided among sons. The relatively self-sufficient farming community was gradually being drawn into the market economy, creating winners and losers, thereby adding economic anxiety to religious tension. The winter of 1691-1692 was particularly harsh. Heavy snows isolated households and food stores began to dwindle. In these conditions, a group of young girls and adolescent women began to gather in the kitchen of the parsonage. Among them were Elizabeth Parris, the minister's 9-year-old daughter, and Abigail Williams, his 11-year-old niece. They were joined by other girls from the village, including 12-year-old Ann Putnam, Jr., who would become one of the most prolific accusers. What exactly transpired during these gatherings remains somewhat mysterious, obscured by the passage of time and the biases of historical records. Some accounts suggest that Tituba entertained the girls with stories of voodoo and fortune-telling from her Caribbean background, practices deeply forbidden in Puritan society. Others indicate that the girls may have been experimenting with a primitive form of divination, attempting to see their future husbands by dropping egg whites into water and interpreting the shapes they formed. By late January 1692, Elizabeth Parris and Abigail Williams began exhibiting strange behaviors. They complained of being pinched and pricked by invisible forces. They contorted their bodies into unusual positions, crawled under furniture, made strange sounds, and seemed to fall into trances. Their symptoms spread to other girls in the village, creating an atmosphere of mounting unease. Local physician William Griggs was called to examine the girls but could find no physical cause for their afflictions. In the absence of medical explanation, the community turned to its most trusted framework for understanding the inexplicable, supernatural causation. Dr. Griggs declared that the girls were under an evil hand, a euphemism for witchcraft. This diagnosis was consistent with both contemporary medical understanding and Puritan theology, which recognized witchcraft as a real and present danger, not mere superstition. According to beliefs widely held throughout Europe and colonial America, witches made covenants with the devil, granting them powers to inflict harm. The afflicted girls were questioned repeatedly about who was causing their suffering. Under intense pressure from adults, including Reverend Paris, they eventually named 3 women: Tituba, the Paris family's servant; Sarah Good, a homeless beggar known for muttering to herself; and Sarah Osborne, an elderly woman who had scandalized the community by failing to attend church regularly and by living with a man before marriage. These initial accusations reflected existing social fault lines within Salem Village. Sarah Good embodied the community's fears about poverty and dependency. Once from a prosperous family, she had fallen on hard times after her first husband's death left her with debts. Now she wandered from house to house, begging for charity, sometimes muttering in apparent displeasure when turned away. Her marginal status made her an easy target for suspicion. Sarah Osborne had violated community norms by allowing a man who worked for her to move into her home following her husband's death. They later married, but her inheritance dispute with her former husband's children had created enemies. Tituba's position was particularly precarious. As a servant and a woman of color in a white, hierarchical society, she had the least social power of the 3. When interrogated by local magistrates in early March, Tituba confessed to witchcraft, describing elaborate visions of supernatural beings who had visited her and compelled her to hurt the children. Historians debate whether her confession was the result of physical coercion, suggestion, or a strategic attempt to survive by giving her interrogators what they wanted to hear. Tituba's confession proved catastrophic for Salem Village. By confirming the magistrate's suspicions of witchcraft and suggesting the existence of a wider conspiracy of witches, she unwittingly validated the girls' accusations and opened the floodgates for more. She described seeing the devil appear as a man in black, accompanied by 2 women whose features she could not discern. This testimony seemed to confirm that there were indeed other witches yet to be identified within the community, fueling a frantic search for Satan's hidden accomplices. With official validation of the witchcraft diagnosis, fear spread through Salem Village like contagion. The afflicted girls, now treated as victims with special spiritual insight, gained unprecedented power and attention in a society where children and young women were normally expected to be silent and obedient. As their numbers grew, so did their accusations. The initial 3 accused women soon became 5, then 10, and then dozens, as the circle of suspicion widened beyond Salem Village itself. The pattern of accusations followed, revealing sociological patterns. Initially, those accused were social outliers, the poor, the contentious, those who had somehow violated community norms. But as panic intensified, accusations began to reach individuals of higher social standing. This progression would eventually lead to the accusation of respected church members and even the wife of Governor Phipps, suggesting that no one, regardless of status, was beyond suspicion. The invisible crime of witchcraft created a uniquely dangerous situation where accusation alone could function as evidence. By spring, the jails in Salem, Ipswich, and Boston were filling with accused witches awaiting trial. The legal proceedings followed English precedent for witchcraft cases, allowing spectral evidence, testimony that the accused spirit or shape had appeared to the victim and caused harm, even while the accused's physical body was elsewhere. This type of evidence was particularly difficult to refute. How could one prove that one spirit had not traveled forth to torment others? The court of Oyer and Terminer, specially established to hear the witchcraft cases, convened in Salem town in early June 1692. Chief Justice William Stoughton presided, bringing his legal expertise and his unwavering belief in the reality of witchcraft to the proceedings. The court's methods would later be criticized as deeply flawed, allowing leading questions, hearsay, and spectral evidence while giving little weight to character testimony or alibis. The accused had no right to legal representation and faced a bench of magistrates already convinced of witchcraft's reality. During interrogations and trials, the afflicted girls would frequently fall into fits when the accused looked at them or moved their hands. These dramatic reactions were taken as proof of guilt rather than possible performance. Many accused individuals maintained their innocence despite intense pressure to confess. Those who did confess were generally spared execution, creating a perverse incentive that undermined the reliability of any confessions obtained. The community found itself trapped in a logical paradox where denial was seen as further proof of guilt. Trials, legacy, and reconciliation. In Salem, Massachusetts, as the year 1692 progressed into late summer, the witch trials that had begun months earlier reached their terrible crescendo. The jails of Salem, Boston, and surrounding towns now overflowed with accused witches awaiting trial. Men and women of all ages and social standings found themselves imprisoned in squalid conditions, their futures hanging in a precarious balance. The specially appointed Court of Oyer and Terminer, established by Governor William Phips specifically to hear these extraordinary cases, proceeded with a grim determination that would forever mark this period in colonial American history. The court operated under unusual legal standards that virtually ensured convictions, spectral evidence, testimony that the accused's spirit or shape had appeared to the accusers and tormented them, was deemed admissible despite its inherently unprovable nature. The judges, led by Chief Justice William Stoughton, permitted this evidence despite growing concerns about its reliability. The touch test became another common practice wherein accusers would fall into fits but be immediately relieved when touched by the suspected witch, taken as proof that the accused was drawing back their malevolent energy. Perhaps most disturbing was the impossible choice given to the accused. Those who maintained their innocence faced execution, while those who confessed to witchcraft were typically spared death, though they remained imprisoned and suffered the complete ruination of their reputations and livelihoods. This perverse incentive created a situation where truth itself became a liability, and falsehood offered the only path to survival. The court proceedings bore little resemblance to modern concepts of justice. The accused had no right to legal counsel, faced hostile judges who frequently interrupted their testimony, and confronted accusers who publicly demonstrated spectacular fits and torments supposedly inflicted by the defendants. The first to face execution was Bridget Bishop, hanged on June 10th at what became known as Gallows Hill. She had maintained her innocence until the end, reportedly declaring before her death, "I am no witch. I am innocent. I know nothing of it." Bishop's execution was followed by increasingly frequent hangings throughout the summer months. 5 more were hanged on July 19th: Sarah Good, Elizabeth Howe, Susanna Martin, Rebecca Nurse, and Sarah Wilds. Nurse, a 71-year-old woman of respected standing in the community, had initially been found not guilty, but when the courtroom erupted in protest, the judges asked the jury to reconsider their verdict. The jury returned with a guilty verdict. When Nurse was asked why she remained silent during certain questions, she explained she had been hard of hearing and confused. This explanation came too late to save her life. On August 19th, 5 more were executed: George Burroughs, Martha Carrier, George Jacob Sixnier, John Proctor, and John Willard. Burroughs, a former minister of Salem Village, recited the Lord's Prayer perfectly on the gallows, something witches were supposedly unable to do, momentarily causing doubt among the gathered crowd. Cotton Mather, an influential minister observing the execution, quickly intervened, assuring onlookers that the devil could enable such deceptions. September 19th witnessed the hanging of Giles Corey's wife Martha, along with Mary Easty, Alice Parker, Ann Pudeeter, Margaret Scott, Wilmot Redd, Samuel Wardwell, and Mary Parker. But perhaps the most disturbing death came days earlier. Giles Corey, an elderly farmer who refused to enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, was subjected to the ancient torture of pressing. For 2 days, heavy stones were placed on boards laid over his body as he lay in a field. When asked for his plea, he reportedly responded, "Only give me more weight," until finally his chest was crushed. His death on September 19th marked a tragic culmination of the legal brutality. The mounting death toll began to create unease among Salem's population. Questions arose. If respectable church members like Rebecca Nurse could be witches, who was safe from accusation? The circle of accusations had expanded beyond the social margins to include prominent citizens, even reaching the governor's wife at one point. This overreach, combined with growing doubts about spectral evidence, began to turn public opinion. Increase Mather, a respected minister and father of Cotton Mather, published a treatise titled Cases of Conscience that questioned the reliability of spectral evidence and suggested it was better for guilty witches to go free than for innocent Christians to be condemned. Governor Phipps, returning from military campaigns against the French and their Native American allies, was disturbed by what had transpired in his absence. His own wife had been accused, though not arrested. In October 1692, he prohibited further arrests, dissolved the court of Oyer and Terminer, and established a new superior court of judicature that would not admit spectral evidence. This court acquitted 49 of the 52 cases it heard. By May 1693, through a general pardon, all remaining prisoners were released. The tide had turned, but not before 20 people had been executed and at least 4 more had died in prison awaiting trial. The immediate aftermath of the trials brought little comfort to Salem. The village remained deeply divided. Those who had lost family members to execution or imprisonment struggled with grief and anger. Those who had testified against neighbors carried the weight of their actions. Ministers who had supported the proceedings faced questions about their judgment. Economic hardship followed as fields lay untended, while farmers languished in prison, and trade declined in a community now infamous for its supposed witch infestation. An invisible barrier seemed to separate accusers from accused, believers from skeptics, those who had suffered loss from those who had emerged unscathed. Many key participants eventually expressed regret for their roles. Judge Samuel Sewall made a public confession of guilt and error in 1697, standing in church while his statement was read. Some of the jurors signed a public apology, stating they had unwittingly brought the guilt of innocent blood on themselves and the country. Ann Putnam Jr., one of the most prolific accusers, publicly apologized in 1706, claiming she had been deluded by Satan. These acts of contrition, while significant, could not restore lives lost or undo the profound trauma inflicted on the community. The physical, emotional, and financial consequences lingered for generations. Records of the time reveal the breadth of the damage. Families of the executed lost their properties to seizure. The colony refused to return confiscated estates without special petitions to the government, and even then, compensation often fell far short of actual losses. The Nurse family fought for decades to restore their reputation and reclaim their property. The psychological toll proved immeasurable, as children who had witnessed parents dragged away to execution lived with that trauma for their remaining days. Even accusers suffered, as their role in the deaths of neighbors eventually became a source of shame and ostracism rather than the spiritual prestige it had briefly conferred. The Salem witch trials also revealed the particular vulnerability of women in colonial society. Though men were accused and executed, women constituted the vast majority of the accused. The ideal Puritan woman was expected to be pious, submissive, and domestic. Those who deviated from these expectations, especially older women who lived alone, had inherited property, or displayed assertive personalities, faced heightened suspicion. The association between female independence and diabolical influence reflected deep-seated anxieties about women's roles in a patriarchal society. This gendered dimension of the trials has remained a focal point for historians seeking to understand the underlying social dynamics. In the broader historical context, the trials occurred during a period of immense anxiety for the Massachusetts Bay Colony. King William's war against the French and their Native American allies had created a refugee crisis, with settlers fleeing frontier communities for the relative safety of places like Salem. Political uncertainty loomed as the colony operated under a new charter with a royal governor. Economic difficulties, property disputes, and religious tensions further contributed to a climate of fear and suspicion. The witch trials became a catastrophic outlet for these accumulated social stresses, a way of identifying and eliminating supposed internal enemies when external threats seemed overwhelming. The gradual path toward reconciliation began with legal remedies. In 1711, the Massachusetts legislature passed a bill restoring the good names of those condemned and providing compensation to their heirs, though the amounts awarded represented only a fraction of the financial losses suffered. In 1957, the Massachusetts legislature formally apologized for the events of 1692. In 1992, on the 300th anniversary of the trials, Salem dedicated the Witch Trials Memorial, a somber stone installation with benches bearing the names of the executed. Each year, thousands of visitors come to reflect on this tragic episode of American history. The judicial lessons of Salem echoed through subsequent American legal development. The dangers of spectral evidence and coerced confessions became cautionary tales for legal reformers. The presumption of innocence, the right to legal representation, and protections against self-incrimination, principles now fundamental to American jurisprudence, stand partly as responses to the procedural failures witnessed in 1692. The Salem witch trials have thus become not merely a historical curiosity, but a foundational negative example that helped shape American legal thought, a reminder of what happens when fear overwhelms reason in the administration of justice. The legacy of Salem extends beyond legal reforms into cultural memory. Nathaniel Hawthorne, whose ancestor John Hathorne had been one of the most zealous judges during the trials, explored the psychological aftermath of Salem in works like The House of the Seven Gables. Arthur Miller's 1953 play, The Crucible, used the witch trials as an allegory for McCarthyism, drawing parallels between Salem's hysteria and the anti-communist fervor of his own time. Miller's work underscored how the patterns of Salem, accusation, denunciation, the demand for names, could resurface whenever society succumbs to paranoia about internal enemies. Today, Salem embraces its complicated history, though not without controversy. The city has become a center for tourism related to the witch trials, walking an uneasy line between education and commercialization. Museums, memorials, and historic sites attempt to tell the authentic story, while shops selling Witch-themed souvenirs and attractions featuring theatrical presentations of witchcraft cater to popular curiosity. This commercialization has drawn criticism from descendants of the victims and from practicing Wiccans and other pagans, who see it as trivializing both the tragedy and their spiritual beliefs. Yet beneath the commercial veneer, the essential historical lessons of Salem remain vital and cautionary. The trials remind us of the dangers when a community abandons reason for fear, when the accused are presumed guilty, when conformity becomes a test of loyalty, and when the legal system becomes a weapon against the vulnerable rather than their shield. They demonstrate how quickly a society can descend into scapegoating and how difficult the road back to justice becomes. They stand as a testament to the human capacity for both cruelty and eventually, though often too late, recognition of wrong and attempts at reconciliation. The final victims of the Salem witch trials have now been gone for more than 3 centuries, yet their stories continue to resonate. In the quiet cemetery where some of them rest, in the memorial stones that bear their names, in the documents that record their trials, and in the collective memory of American history, they remain present, not as witches, but as human beings caught in a moment when society failed them utterly. Their legacy is a persistent question that each generation must answer anew. How will we respond when fear asks us to abandon our humanity? In this way, the ghost of Salem continues to haunt American consciousness, not as a specter of witchcraft, but as a specter of justice denied. As our historical journey concludes, we find ourselves reminded of humanity's enduring narrative, a tapestry woven through centuries of triumph and defeat, mystery and revelation. These stories connect us across time, showing that we share the same fundamental hopes and struggles as those who walked before us. May these echoes of our remarkable past accompany you into peaceful slumber, carrying you gently into dreams as timeless as history itself.